Meeting of August 2nd, 2022 to order. Welcome, everyone. Thank you. For today's meeting, we will have Mr. Thorne, our Chief Technology Officer. He will be leading us through the Pledge of Allegiance in just a second. The mission statement will be read by Mr. Scott Flowers. Our interpretation services will be done by Dr. Lestenia Peñalosa. Before that, if you can join me for a moment of silence, please. Thank you, Mr. Thorne.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The mission of the School District of Osceola County is inspiring all learners to reach their highest potential as responsible, productive citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Is Dr. Lestenia Peñalosa here?
She is not.
Well, I'll do interpretation services if we need to. Or Dr. Belinda Reyes. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, team, so we will go ahead and start with our positive comments. I will go ahead and start to my left with Mr. Arguello.
Thank you. I'd like to thank our veteran teachers who are coming back this year. Few people know what it takes to come back year after year, especially in what's going on, everything recently, and they're still coming back. So I just wanted to thank you guys. I wanted to thank our support personnel who sometimes are doing all the work behind the scenes with little credit and little pay. And I just want to make sure that they're thanked in advance for all the things that they're about to do for this school year. So thank you guys, everyone who's in our school district, and have a great year. Thank you.
Mr. Melendez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in that spirit, I also want to welcome back the veteran teachers, but also want to be able to acknowledge the new teachers that came out. You know, at Toho High School, we had an orientation. As everybody knows, it's not just isolated to Osceola County. It's nationwide. There's critical teacher shortages all over the states that are surrounding this country. And so we're obviously not immune to that either. And so for every new teacher that signed up, we had over, I think, 400 or so teachers from different, curriculums. They were elementary school, middle school, high school, math teachers, everything. And so they kind of took on that challenge, and it's not easy, and I was being frank with some of them. And Dr. Pace and I went around to each one of the classrooms and thanked them. And I always told them, it's like right now it's into a hotbed. It's not easy being a teacher from the state of Florida, for the federal government and everything. And the fact that they still chose to do it is very commendable, and I really appreciate them for doing that. The other thing along those lines are the state of Florida recently requires Holocaust education to become mandatory in 23-24. And so there were some folks that are out there that I spoke to earlier. I had spoken to even the CFO, Jeff Atwater, for a little bit, and another lady named Karen Hoffman. They introduced me to some folks that do some kind of education programs. And so they're like free seminars to tell kids, and they have like webinars, and they have like Holocaust survivors, and they have a program that has the ability to meet the mandates of the state of Florida requirements. So that's something that we can always look at, because a lot of times we can wait for the government to say, okay, this is the time to do it, or we can kind of be proactive and say, you know what, that is a good initiative that we do agree with. Let's go ahead and support something like that ahead of time. And then without further ado, I have some folks here from the GOBA, the Greater Orlando Business Builders Association. If you please come up real quick. And this is something that I take for granted, because we always have business partners. Yes, come on over. I have an award for them, and the reason why is because we always have business partners, and then we have our annual luncheons, and we thank them and everything like that. And everyone sees that there's these backpack drives every single year, and I took it for granted. Last year, they donated 300 backpacks for one of our back-to-school drive, and they did it, yes. And I didn't acknowledge them, you know, and then when I had to call them again this year, because we all know they gave it to me again. So 2 years in a row, and it's like without fail. And I spoke with Ricardo and I spoke with Chastity Vega, who's also the CEO, and I know they have a foundation where they get together, and every year they help our kids. And I tell you what, man, the last one we just had, it was full. You know, I tried to predict how many kids would need help, and I was just amazed at how many students were there. And in our, yeah, so without further ado, I want to be able to recognize you guys for all the work that you do, both the foundation and for the GOBA itself. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I saw those kids' reactions when they saw all the backpacks and the school supplies that were helped to by the district. We do have special programs to help provide supplies and some of them. And so at this time, I'd like to acknowledge you guys, and if you want to say something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for your help.
Matt, can we take a quick picture? Do we have someone that can take a photo for us?
Yeah, they-
Will, thanks.
Oh, do you want to say something real quick? Or?
Yeah, I'd love to say something real quick to school.
Oh, no, you can just say it from here. You don't have to be from the podium.
So
You can-
we just want to say thank you so much. As part of our GOBA Foundation, one of our big things is to come out and help out with the youth and education. It's really our two main target charities that we target out are youth and education. So Julius, it's no surprise to us whenever you reach out to us every year. We're here to help you guys out. Matt is here with KB Homes. He's one of our board trustee members for the foundation. It's members like KB Homes and other builders here in the community that honestly make it available for us to give out funds like this. So please, by all means, every year you guys need stuff, reach out to us. We're here to help out. It's truly our foundation's focus, our youth and education. So all of the charities that we do at GOBA literally surround that, whether it's Elevate Orlando, Guardian Ad Litem, Quest right now is our focus charity for 2022. So we're always here for you, man. Every year, give us a call and we'll be here to help you guys out.
KB
Thank you so
Homes?
much.
Or anything for KB?
Well, I can speak on behalf of KB Home, Greater Orlando Builders Association. I can't speak on behalf of all the other builders. You gotta give me a little time. But, education is such a fundamental pillar of any community. We've had the benefit of a lot of inward migration that we've seen here in this area, and the schools have been quite resilient in keeping up. I know there's a lot of work to do. We hear you. Whenever we sign off the impact fees, I don't bat an eye at the education line item. So just absolutely thank you for everything you guys do. And we're just very happy to be part of the growth story here in Osceola County.
And as a personal note, Julius, I don't know if you know this, but I'm a son to a teacher and a middle school administrator. So I'm always going to help out the schools.
Awesome.
So you
So
always,
thanks to you guys
That's
for
what I'm with
the
GOBA or
partnership.
not, you can always give me a call.
All right.
Thanks,
you,
brother.
gentlemen.
Well done, Mr. Melendez. I'm glad that you guys brought up the teachers, both veterans and the new ones. So welcome to everybody for the new school year. But I also want to give a shout out to the administrators who are currently working to make sure that those open houses go off without a hitch and that parents have the information that they need as they usher their kids into a brand new school year. So thank you to everybody who's currently working to make sure that those open houses go off, and parents, please attend. There's so much information there that you will not be sorry that you attended the open house. Thank you.
Well, to echo my colleagues, obviously thank you to our teachers, our support staff, our bus drivers, everyone involved with our student success here at Osceola County. And just, I hope it's going to be a great year. I know it's going to be a great year. A couple thank yous I need to shout out. Addition Financial. I had the opportunity to go to Neptune Middle School, and Julius and I both did. They had a contest, Renovate to Educate, and the winner was Tamara Forrester Bell. She's a teacher at Neptune Middle School, and so we were out there for that presentation, and her room was unbelievable. She wanted an underwater theme, and so they painted a big mural of coral in one side of the room, and every table was full of supplies, and the look on her face was I was really proud of her, but thanks to Addition Financial for investing in our school district. Thank you so much. Attended the announcement at St. Cloud High School. I want to thank Commissioner Booth and all the county commissioners for their huge investment in St. Cloud High School football field. Football field hasn't been a terrible, it's like a sponge. It doesn't drain real well, but so with it having new AstroTurf, I think it's going to be a really good improvement for the school. We have a lot of talent within the district. The St. Cloud Chamber is having their upcoming banquet, so they reached out to me because they know I play music, and they said, hey, you have any idea where can we get a good band? So I reached into our pool here, and our music man, Chris Burns, I said, hey, Chris, can you help us out? So Chris is stepping up, and he and his band are going to perform at the St. Cloud Chamber banquet, so I appreciate him doing that. I want to give a big shout out to our local area Rotary clubs. We had a meeting last week. They are committing some time and money to help spruce up our Boys and Girls Club ahead of the opening. I was really proud of that turnout. And then finally, I signed up for Bookmark Buddies with the Education Foundation, and I would encourage any of you. I've done it in the past, and it's so rewarding. Just take 30 minutes out of your day and go read with a third grader. So anyone who has any free time during the week, please sign up for this program to help make the difference in the life of a child. And that's all I have, ma'am.
Dr. Pace?
Just briefly, I would echo the comments of the board that we are super excited about welcoming back our teachers and staff starting tomorrow, although many folks have been in the district for these last couple of weeks with final preparations for the return of students. Our new teacher orientation, as Mr. Melendez said, was full of excitement. Over 400 educators participated in the two-day program to get to know each other, get to know systems and processes here in the district, and we're super excited about them. Our veteran teachers have been playing a big part in mentoring them and having orientation sessions back at their school sites for our teachers. We had a great administrator training last Thursday with lots of excitement. It truly feels like back to school this year. And it's been a couple of years since we've been able to really get past some of the anxiety, some of the apprehension that we've dealt with, and some of the many challenges. So I'm super excited about starting a new school year, looking forward to welcoming our students and our families. And the most important message is, if you're well, come to school. And if you're sick, stay home. It's very simple this year. Doesn't matter what you're sick with. If you're well, come to school. If you're sick, stay home. So looking forward to that being our message.
Thank you, Dr. Pace. And you can go right ahead into the appointments and transfers. That's what's next on the agenda.
Excellent. If I could please invite Mr. Jose Vasquez to the podium. Board members, I am honored tonight to recommend Mr. Jose Vasquez to become the next principal of Lakeview Elementary School. He has been a teacher at St. Cloud High, Harmony High, our Juvenile Detention Center, and Zenith, starting at the district in 2005. He's also served as a night administrator at our Osceola Technical College, Dean of Students at Zenith and at Westside K-8, assistant principal at Westside K-8, and has been the assistant principal at Lakeview Elementary, working side by side with Dr. Cleveland since 2020. He received his bachelor's degree in public health administration, a master's degree in educational administration and leadership from Troy University. And we are just super excited with Mr. Vasquez's passion, his incredible work ethic, and we know that he's going to help for a smooth transition and a great start to the school year with your approval board.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Arguello and a second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
So, motion passes. Congratulations.
I'm humbled and honored to be offered the principal position at Lakeview Elementary. I want to start by thanking Dr. Pace, the school board, for the vote of confidence. I truly understand the importance of my role, and I will strive to maintain Lakeview's reputation of excellence while making meaningful impacts to the teachers, staff, the students, and the community we serve. I would also like to thank all those that have invested their time in me and my professional growth. I'm privileged to have such amazing administrators who have guided me along the path. Specifically, I would like to thank Dr. Allen, who has been there, and many councils through the course of my career. Thank you, sir. Dr. Reyes, who've already sought for council as early as today happened today. Thank you, Dr. Reyes. Mrs. Ray, who is also here and has served as a mentor to me when I served as assistant principal at Westside K-8, and Dr. Cleveland, who is also here and brought me to the wonderful place that now I call my second home, Lakeview. I would also like to give a very special thanks to my wife, who is my rock, Jackie, I love you. Thank you to my daughter, Jesselyn, who is the light of my life. My family, who came out here to support me. And of course, my Lakeview family. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Mr. Vasquez, I'll be seeing you because you're the school that I signed up with my bookmark buddy. So okay.
Don't let him in without checking him out first.
And now if I could invite Jonathan Koshin to the podium. Board members, Jonathan has been a district middle and high school teacher since 2006, learning resource specialist and school testing coordinator, and currently serves as the research and evaluation specialist and supervisor of testing. He received his bachelor's degree in drama and communication from the University of New Orleans and a master's degree in mathematics education from the University of Central Florida. I have to say, since becoming the superintendent, there has not been one period of testing where I've been called upstairs for some testing crisis, because Mr. Koshin and the team keep things so organized, make sure that our people are well trained, so that the work that our students and teachers do for those state assessments always comes through in the results. So I have great confidence in recommending Mr. Koshin to become a member of Mr. Thorne's team as our next Director of Information Services.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion by Mr. Bass, a second by Mr. Melendez. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Congrats.
Can I say something real quick? I like the fact, Dr. Pace, that we have somebody who's working in IT with an education background too. Because a lot of times, you can have somebody who knows how to code something, but if they don't know why they're coding it, they haven't been a user of that information. So I do appreciate the fact that you have both the technical side and also the education side. So congratulations, sir.
Mr. Melendez, you'll also be very pleased to know that as a part of the interview process, Mr. Thorne had the final candidates prepare a plan for implementation of a new ERP system. And we were all very impressed with Mr. Koshin's work on that particular project.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt your speech. I just had to say I'm really impressed by your background, sir.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Board. Dr. Pace, Mr. Thorne, leaders, thank you for this great opportunity. Osceola Schools has always been my home, so to grow within, serve in this new capacity is amazing. Dr. Torres, mentor, fantastic mentor these last several years. My RA family and the test coordinators. Couldn't do without all the test coordinators. One's here tonight, Nahida. She's my late night chat buddy a lot of times. So yeah, great opportunity. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Congratulations. Dr. Peace, you have a superintendent update?
I do. It is a pretty short one, Ms. Castillo and members of the board, but I did want to share just a little bit of back-to-school information because I know that there are a lot of families out there wondering. So that's basically the focus of this presentation. Oops. All right, so one of the things that, as I shared with the board in our strategic plan workshop that we had a couple of weeks ago, is that we're really looking at our vision of creating successful graduates. And what is a successful graduate for the school district of Osceola County? We identified through a lot of collaboration and input from stakeholders these characteristics. Some of it then comes also with the board's input: oral and written communication, problem solving and decision making, collaboration and teamwork, perseverance. Certainly, we've seen the importance of that over these last 2 years, and resilience. Critical thinking and inquiry. We want our students to truly be smart, literate citizens, academically competent, responsible digital citizens, and then knowledgeable in the area of financial literacy. As I shared with the board previously, when I did stakeholder groups of all types of stakeholders in our community, students, staff members, business people, clergymen, they all emphasize the importance of making sure that our students learn those important basic financial literacy skills to set them up for long-term success. Wanted to remind everybody that tomorrow is our first day of pre-planning. Our teachers and staff members will officially be coming back starting tomorrow morning, although a lot of them have been working in classrooms for flex days or other specific pre-planning training. We have open houses scheduled starting Friday at our high schools from 4 to 7. That includes the Osceola County School for the Arts, grades 6 through 12. On Monday, August the 8th, for our middle schools and K-8s, also from 4 to 7. And then on Tuesday afternoon, right before the first day of school, August the 9th, elementary schools from 3 to 6. And we encourage all of our families to take the opportunity to come out, meet their teachers, kind of get a feel for the new school year as we welcome students and staff members back. First day of school for students is August the 10th. That's our Wednesday. I do want to remind everybody it is an early release day, so parents will need to plan accordingly. In terms of where we are from an HR standpoint, we do still have a number of vacancies, but this number does continue to come down, but it's still more than we like. So what our principals and assistant principals are doing is working with their assistant superintendents, looking specifically at where we are with enrollment to adjust schedules and assignments as necessary to make sure that we are able to serve all of our students from the very first day. This summer, our HR team has been incredibly busy. We have onboarded 754 new staff members. That includes 490 instructional classroom members, 58 non-classroom, as well as 206 support staff members. As you know, we do have now 2 contracts in place to help us recruit for an international level because of the extreme teacher shortage area. We have 18 new teachers from Educational Partners International. That is the company that recruits primarily out of Asia, and then 23 from the International Alliance Group, and that is the new company that recruits primarily out of South America. I had the opportunity at New Teacher Orientation to meet 6 of our EPI teachers from India and Thailand. Super, super sharp and excited to be here. Most of them are going to be teaching math, which we know is a real critical shortage area for us. Our Kelly Services team has also been incredibly busy this summer recruiting and transitioning our former substitutes over into the Kelly Services group. They have transitioned 441, which is 64%. Industry average is 45 to 50%, so we're super excited that they've been able to take the substitutes from our pool who already know our systems and bring them on board with Kelly Services. They have onboarded an additional 118. There are 132 pending, and we now have 63 substitutes from Polk and Orange County's Kelly Pool that are requesting to work in Osceola now that we have that contract. So we feel like we'll be in a much better position to help meet the needs when we do have absences in our schools than we were over the course of the last 2 years. Sorry. Just to kind of know things that we've done for a recruitment measure, because as Mr. Melendez mentioned, the teacher shortage is real. It is not just an Osceola County issue, but it is certainly one that we are focusing on. And really and truly, staffing challenges, I believe, are probably our biggest issue. As we said, we've got the out-of-country teacher recruitment efforts. We have 9, I believe, contracted teachers from Valencia who will teach math in our high schools, math for college readiness. We continue to try to grow and strengthen our own Grow Your Own partnership with Valencia and University of Central Florida. The 8 teachers that we were able to identify in last year's group are still teaching in our elementary schools and doing a great job. We're continuing to grow and support our high school teacher academies to feed into that Grow Your Own partnership with Valencia and UCF. We have transitioned a lot of support staff who had degrees or who were close to degrees into becoming teachers. As you know, one of the things that the board allowed us to do was to have our folks not have to take a leave of absence during their internships so that they could keep their work, keep their salaries as they prepared to become teachers in our classrooms. And we have over 100 support staff who became teachers last year. We have done a lot of work through the Puerto Rican Chamber of Commerce and Puerto Rico specific recruitment and job fairs. We continue to strengthen our alternative certification pathways, professional development to assist with certification challenges, including passing the required exams from the state. On tonight's board agenda is a contract proposed with Proximity Learning that would leverage some of their certified teachers in the area of math to provide digital instruction, but it's live instruction. It's very different from some of the digital models that we've seen before, and they have proven success on the Florida EOCs for algebra and geometry. Diana Martinez does a great job of these steps to becoming a teacher information session. She does them every month in English and in Spanish. We have been boosting our social media posts. Our Positively Osceola coverage has been fantastic in terms of their local editions, both online and in print, to help get the word out that we're hiring. Partnering with CareerSource. Teacher Interview Week was a new event earlier in the summer to connect candidates and schools, as well as then our own professional development competence program, which allows our alternative certification folks to get their certification requirements out of the way right here in our district. So really trying to do as many different things as we can to address this and really having to think outside the box. Wanted to give you a little update on transportation. I know I was excited this morning on my way into work to see some of the yellow buses running. They have started already this week on their practice runs to make sure that they know the lay of the road, that they know where they're going to pick up students, and also so that our community members get used to seeing buses on the road again. I'm confident that my husband will fuss at me tonight because of buses stopping on the road. So that's our ongoing conversation. This year, we have really, again, been able to tighten and help our routing system become even more efficient. So we have 231 routes to take our 27,000 students who ride the bus on a regular basis to and from school. As you might have heard on the news, we are going to ask students to have their IDs with them for enhanced safety and security. Not going to leave anybody on the side of the road or the curb of the school because they don't have their ID, but we want to encourage parents to encourage their students to keep those in an accessible place because it allows us to scan their badge and record attendance in a real-time feature on the buses. I do want to mention to parents and families that Here Comes the Bus app will not work effectively for the first 2 weeks of school as we're adjusting routes and having to put pieces and parts together to make sure we aren't leaving students on the side of the road who we may not have anticipated or where a crowd may have shown up where we didn't expect, and we have to make those adjustments. But the best news is that we're continuing with an aggressive approach to training and hiring bus drivers and attendants. And at our job fair just last week, we had 35 driver applicants, 16 attendant applicants. And of those 35 driver applicants, about half of them already had their CDL. So we're working to try to expedite those and really try hard to get those onboarded.
Dr. Pace, if I may, on that question real quick, because I remember that was a big issue last year. Can we do like a survey with them? Because we did a couple of changes to try to recruit new bus drivers. So I wonder what was successful, because that's 35 just recently, not for the whole entire summer, right? So we've been able to plus up close to maybe 50 or 60 new drivers.
We've been very trying. This was our best job fair turnout. In the past, sometimes you might have 4, 5, or 6 people, but to be honest, I commend the board for raising the bus driver salary through our negotiations with Teamsters to $16.50 to start, because that has attracted some additional applicants to that bus driver pool.
Yeah, so maybe if we could do like a short survey and said, hey, what made you come here? Was it the price? Was it the bus attendant? Was it our recruitment effort? We just really wanted you? I mean, just because I want to know what worked better, you know, because maybe if they say, hey, was it attendance or a little bit of both? Just so, because I know it was such a critical shortage before and people are signing up, maybe the money was the factor.
That's a great idea, Mr. Melendez. I will certainly take that back to the transportation team.
Thank you, Dr. Pace.
Just a final update here on transportation. We have currently 10 drivers are onboarding. We still need subs, of course, for attendance rates, but we're again encouraging everybody, if you're well, come to work, okay, and come to school. And we are working with our private vendor who also covered some of our routes last year to ensure that we have everything fully covered for that first day of school. We always ask for some patience that first few days while we work out the bugs of where kids are and where they need to be, but a bus will be coming to every stop that's on our systems lists. Finally, also, school nutrition services update. Some of our schools are losing their community eligibility provision, which provided free breakfast and lunch for all students, our CEP status. those non-CEP schools will now need to make sure that parents understand the importance of filling out the free and reduced application process. It is available online. We've been pushing that out in social media. We'll have folks at open houses to help provide information. We feed everybody for the first month of school, so if for whatever reason it takes a family a little bit of time to get that application in and so that we can process it, we're still going to make sure that our students don't go hungry, but it is important at non-CEP schools that we go through that process. It really is important as well for our title funding and other federal grant opportunities. Lunch is the same price as last year, $2.40 for students. Universal free breakfast for everybody continues. And if you are qualified for free or reduced lunch, there is a reduction. And I just talked about the forms. We are encouraging all families to make sure they check out our website, osceolaschools.net, under School Nutrition Services, and complete that application online by September the 21st. Also wanted to share that to support our students' mental and emotional health, we know that continues to be a struggle. We talked about it in our strategic planning workshop. We will be able to hire 7 additional mental health therapists and 2 additional school psychologists through the increase in the mental health allocation, the categorical from the state. We are working hard to put plans in place to ensure that we achieve 80% of our instructional staff members having completed the 6-hour youth mental health first aid training. That is a state requirement. And new this year, as we've discussed with the board, is our substance abuse prevention program for first-time offenders for substance abuse in our schools through a partnership with Eckerd Connects and Park Place Behavioral Health. And I also wanted to make sure that everybody is aware, just this week, the state launched a new web page on their website. It's a resource page for parents to help them navigate the avenues that are available if you have concerns regarding potentially harmful or unlawful school curriculum materials. It can be found at this website. If you just go to the DOE website, you can search for parental rights, and that page will be there for all of our parents and families. Did want to remind everybody that in the spring, we implemented a parental guardian preference for library and media center access. We are working on the teams or the form for parents to be able to send us their options again this year. Unlimited access, they can check out any books in the media center. Limited means they can check out books but not mature content, and no access means students will not be permitted to check books out of the media center in our library. And then that is my update for the board and the community.
Thank you, Dr. Pace. I do have some board members with questions. I also have one that goes way earlier.
sorry.
No, I was just trying not to interrupt you, so I just wrote my questions down. So first, thank you for the update. I think it was very thorough, and there's a lot of information in here. With regards to the profile of a graduate, I don't remember which slide that was. Would you be able to tell me a little bit more about what the digital responsibility aspect of that entails?
Digital
What are we doing?
citizenship?
Yes, thank you.
It's really about making sure that you don't do something silly when you're 15 or 16 on your phone. That could come back to bite you when you're doing college applications, work applications, those types of things down the road. But how to use digital tools in a responsible manner to look for information, to make informed decisions, to problem solve with others, but not to use it, for example, for bullying purposes or sharing of inappropriate content, those types of things.
Okay, so how are we implementing that? Is this just like a conversation, a campaign?
It's ongoing educational opportunities, and then we have our monitoring system through Gaggle.
Perfect, thank you. And then with regards to the updates for Here Comes the Bus, since the application will be down the first 2 weeks, we know that that is the critical time, actually, for our parents to be aware of the bus routes. How are we going to communicate with parents when, because there'll be an issue.
We
when
started,
there's
we started our transportation hotline today.
Okay.
That will be manned from about 6 in the morning until the last bus rolls in the afternoons, for parents to call if for any reason they have a concern about where their child is or anything like that. And we are also reviewing with the team the importance of those first aid procedures so that when children come to school, we know exactly how it is that they're supposed to get home.
Understood, thank you. The transportation hotline, is that gonna be shared with parents, open house, and the little packets that they
It
get?
will, it started going out on social media today, and it will also be, information will also be at open house.
Thank you. Mr. Arguello?
Yeah, Dr. Pace, we talked about what makes a good graduate. I had similar questions that the chairwoman had. So we talked about, one of the things that you had there was proficiency or academic, I don't remember, it was slide 1.
Academically competent?
Yeah, competent, but our proficiency scores are extremely low. So, I mean, I think that that's going to be, that's kind of a very big deal. We can't say that we're creating a product and we're nowhere near. So one of the things that has concerned me about these presentations the entire time I've been here is that they paint a very rosy picture of a very bleak reality, which is that the effectiveness of the program, the educational program, is not so great in terms of proficiency. The other thing, digital, speaking of digital responsibility, which was also on the same slide, it's hard to ask our students to have digital responsibility when we're offering them obscene materials and then we're telling the parents to pick one of these 3 things. But even the parents aren't being made aware of what those materials may be. I guarantee you that the majority of citizens out there, when they get that form, they're going to look and they make whatever choice, but they have no idea what kind of content their children may be exposed to. So maybe we should be including whatever the worst thing that you have in the district, which you, so that the parents have an idea exactly of what we're talking about here. Because certainly, I'm probably the parent that would say, yeah, give my child whatever, access to whatever, because I'm trusting the good judgment of the district. Now knowing better, okay, I would not be doing the same thing. So I think that there's a lot of, we're saying one thing, but our actions are saying something completely different. I'll let you address that before I go into before I ask my next question.
I respect your opinion, Mr. Arguello, and certainly your authority as one of our board members. And we have talked in our strategic plan and continue to talk about what we're doing to get better at getting better. And that is how we achieve the proficiency in academically competent students.
Okay, this isn't really about my opinion because this is really about every citizen here has the right to public education, all right? And when they sign their kid up for public education, they have the expectation that when their child graduates, that their child is proficient in the education that we're giving them, all right? So we say your child can speak English, all right? And write his name and do this, right? All these, but that's not the case. We're graduating kids at the very bottom of the list of all the counties. I think we're like 10 spots or so from the bottom. So that's not my opinion. That's the state information that they put out. So also I was very concerned. I had a parent reach out to me about 50 teachers leaving celebration en masse. So did that happen? Is that true?
I don't know about specific turnover numbers at this time. I know that on tonight's board agenda, there were 6 ELA resignations or transfers. There were 6 ELA transfers or resignations or retirements. I shared some information with Mr. Melendez because he noticed it as well. There were some people who moved out of state. There were some people who moved other places. But Mr. Gilbert and his team had been able to identify and fill all 6 of those vacancies.
So there's not a group of 50 teachers that left?
So I don't
something
have
else?
specific turnover number at this time.
If 50 teachers left en masse, we would know about it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And with the Kelly arrangement, one of the concerns that I have is that we were talking about having access to their pool, which would have been much larger than ours. But according to your slide, we gave them 441 teachers which joined their pool, and we gained 63 teachers from Polk and Orange. So that may not be exact. Those are just the numbers that were on the board. It may not be, but just looking at, these are how many we gained from Polk and Orange that want to work here. 441 of our pool joined that labor. Hopefully we're not losing, right? Hopefully this is not a net negative where we have substitutes that are leaving to go to Polk where they may get paid more, or they go to Orange where they get paid more, and now we have even less substitutes. So I think that that's something that we need to be paying attention to.
They've already onboarded, this slide also demonstrated, I believe over, was it 118? And they have another 100 and something that they're processing.
Right, but if I were a sub, I would onboard at every county, right? But where you work doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna go to Osceola because you're onboarded here, right? You might be onboarded for Polk, Orange, Brevard, Osceola. And then you're gonna go where you choose you wanna go, right? So, and then just regarding the buses, kudos, you brought in a whole bunch of people. I think this is not rocket science. We raised the salary of bus drivers $3 and more people came. So right now we're suffering a teacher crisis, lack of teachers. Maybe we should be raising the salaries more so that more teachers would want to come and teach here in a very challenging environment. So those are my comments regarding the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez.
You mentioned one thing, Dr. Pace, and I was talking to the chairwoman earlier today, whether or not to put this on new business or have maybe the attorney speak to it. The Commissioner of Education, Diaz, had wrote a memo in regards to parental right in education and talked about, the ability to use a special magistrate, and then it talked about the school district having its own policy first before going to that magistrate. So I wanted to be able to see, have we started crafting a policy, number one, and then number two, I would like that, instead of it being an alternative, I'd like to be able to say, hey, you go to the magistrate first, and if you're not satisfied with the magistrate that's been assigned to you, then you can pursue, legal, remedy. You know what I mean? Because the point with that is, I don't want just anybody to just say, hey, they're suing us, without kind of going through the process. And then we run up a big legal bill without having people gone through the process first. So the way I read that memo was that, the school district's allowed to come up with its own policy. And so if we haven't been writing it yet, I'd like to see it. And I just want to make sure that we kind of sit there and say, hey, if we're allowed to write our own policy, hey, we tell people, hey, go to the principal first, go to the district, and then, get the school board. And if the school board doesn't give you the remedy, then go to a magistrate first. Then if the magistrate is denied, because they can deny it, then go to legal. I just want to make sure that legal is like the last option they do and start running up a bill on us.
So like a level.
Yes.
I'll let Mr.
Members of
Krebenbacher
the board,
address.
that actually was on one of the items I wanted to go over tonight. At the next board meeting, I'd like to take you through the new law, where DOE is on it. They've given a little guidance, but not a lot of guidance, other than to repeat what the rule says. We analyzed it heavily at the School Board Attorneys Conference, and I think laying it out on screens with you and taking you through it will show each point where the board's got to play a role and the staff's got to play a role. And I think you're exactly right, board member Melendez. The key is to be ahead of this and not spend money on misunderstood issues, and really have everybody understand how do you resolve things quickly so that it benefits the student and the family. And so I think when you go through it, very detailed, you'll understand where we have to do certain things. And we literally scheduled it to come at the next meeting, because school would be coming back, and we thought that's when parents would understand it, you all would be able to, and we'll bring you some drafts of what we think
Thank you.
for you to
Thank you.
critique and come up with. But it's an important issue to make sure our community understands it and that our parents understand it, so there's going to have to be some communication, and I think that's where the board plays a very critical role.
Thank you. Mr. Arguello?
Thank you. I'm not a fan of putting the citizens through a bunch of hoops to get what they want from the district, which what they want from the district is for the district to behave in an ethical manner with their children. And so why does that have to be such a forced issue here? Get rid of the political agendas, get rid of all the things that are questionable, go back to teaching good academics so that maybe our proficiency rates are in the toilet. I mean, let's not force them, go to your principal, go to the teacher, go to this, send a memo in triplicate to this office. And so it's simple. Number one, we should be proactive on behalf of the community and put out the guidance the way good leaders do, that this is what our path forward. This is what our path forward is going to look like. It's going to look like no political agendas, no BS, all the stuff that's questionable. get rid of it, don't go down that path, right? And then we're gonna focus on high-level education, high-quality education, providing the teachers with a good teaching environment, and we're gonna provide these kids with an opportunity to achieve proficiency rate that's not embarrassing, you know? But if we're gonna make this system that is 20 ladders deep, 20 steps deep for a parent, just like with the book stuff, right? Even if it's one page, making a parent follow this whole maze of processes is just a waste of their time, and it's basically intended and designed in most cases to prevent them from achieving their rights. So why can't we just first step, establish the guidance that we're not going to play the game, and then the second step is communicate with the public that we're not going to play games with their kids, and then the third step is to allow the parents to come and address us. Not everybody likes to be addressed on this board, but allow the community to come and address us as educational leaders in this county so that they have a reproach, so that they have an opportunity. And that's all. Just be honest and play this fair. Because here's the thing, if we're gonna have a disjointed board over these issues, we're gonna get embarrassed over and over and over and over again, which is only gonna further distract us from our job, which is making these kids proficient.
Madam Chair, could I just, in
You
response to
can,
that?
I do want to add something under new business to address the board rules in general, so I don't know if
Okay.
that would address
I
that.
just wanted to address his comment.
Sure.
If you read the background on the law and you read the various applicable statutes, this board cannot, nor can this system, create a bureaucracy when it relates to this matter. Because if we were to do that, you'd be actually violating the law. It's got to be streamlined and efficient to do and answer parents immediately and resolve issues.
Yeah. Well, the most streamlined thing, right, is for any member of the community to come to their school board member, which they elect, and say, hey, I have a problem here. And then it makes the board member responsible for coming and speaking with the superintendent and saying, hey, a family just came here and they said this. So then she would go to her employees and say, hey, resolve this for me and investigate and make sure that this is not an issue or whatever.
I would
Right.
hope the most streamlined would be they'd go to the principal or teacher and it'd be resolved like that.
Yeah.
Then if it's not,
Well, but
They'd
that's
seek to-
that's happened. The problem
Right.
is that that's what they've been doing, hasn't worked yet for them, right? Because the community already came about the books and whatever. They came to their people. They've already addressed it, right? But we're refusing to act, and that's what we're trying to avoid now, right? Is dragging our feet.
yes.
Thank you. Mr. Bass, do you have any comments before we move on?
No,
Okay,
good, thank you.
thank you so much. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the public hearing portion of this board meeting. So I'm going to recess our regular board meeting, and I'm going to call to order our public hearing to adopt the tentative millage and budget.
Oh, wait, just a minute while I pull the PowerPoint up. Good evening, members of the board. This is the first of two public hearings on the proposed millage rates and tentative budget for fiscal year 2022-23.
It's not working. We can hear.
Okay. Do you want me to just?
Oh, the
do you want
PowerPoint,
me to
well,
just
we
go
have
ahead?
it.
You
I
guys
don't
have it.
know
Let me,
if we need to wait for it to come up there.
I can talk through it. The next slide is literally reading the slides. So. Tonight's public hearing on the tentative budget will include remarks regarding the proposed millage and budget. There will then be an opportunity for public and board member comment. We'll request that you adopt a resolution setting the proposed total millage levy to support the 2022-23 tentative budget. We'll also then request that you adopt resolutions approving the 2022-23 tentative budget as presented and approving the 2022-23 policy regarding the expenditure of lottery funds. We'll request authorization for the superintendent and staff to perform all necessary actions to comply with the truth and millage requirements. And lastly, we'll announce the date of the final public hearing to adopt the 2022-23 budget. So I'm going to start by explaining what TRIM is. TRIM is the Truth in Millage legislation that was enacted in 1980, and the requirements are detailed under Section 200.065 of Florida statutes. The statute dictates the form, size, and placement of budget advertisements, as well as the order of business during the budget hearings. TRIM requires 2 public hearings for open discussion of the millage rates and the proposed budgets of all taxing authorities. I'm just going to go on. You guys tell me if you want me to stop.
Yeah.
But a property. So what is a mill? So a mill is a property tax of $1 per $1,000 of taxable property value. The Florida Education Finance Program, or FEFP, is the mechanism by which state and local funds are allocated to Florida school districts. The Florida legislature sets the required local effort millage and the prior period funding adjustment millage rates that must be levied by the school board. The school board must levy the required local effort millage and prior period funding adjustment millage in order to receive any state funding under the Florida Education Finance Program. The total proposed millage related to school funding for the 22-23 school year is 5.516 mils. This millage will generate revenue for the general operating and capital funds. As previously mentioned, the millage rates are determined by the Florida legislature, and this is the maximum millage that the local school board is allowed to levy without a specific voter-approved referendum. The district must levy the required local effort and the prior period funding adjustment in order to receive approximately $378.6 million in state FEFP funding. In addition, we must levy the full basic discretionary millage to receive $24.9 million in compression funding from the state. The proposed total millage rate related to school funding is 5.516 mils and represents a decrease of 0.381 mils when compared to the 21-22 rate. So as required by TRIM, we must compare the proposed millage rate to the rollback rate. So what is the rollback rate? It is the millage rate that would generate the same amount of revenue as last year if applied to the current year's adjusted taxable value. Under TRIM, the rollback rate is the basis for determining if tax rates have increased or decreased. Okay, so now we're going to compare the proposed millage rates to the rollback rates. The current state law rollback rate is 3.1472 mils. The current proposed state law millage rate is for the 22-23 year is 3.268 mils. The proposed rate is 3.84% more than the rollback rate. The rollback rate for the total millage is 5.0861 mils. The proposed total millage rate is 5.516 mils. And the proposed total rate is 8.45% greater than the rollback rate. So based on this information, we have advertised a notice of tax increase on Thursday, July 28th. The Osceola County tax levy will increase by $28.9 million for school-related taxes in the 22-23 year as compared to the prior year. While the millage rate decreased, the tax roll is up 21.25% over the prior year, generating this net increase. So how are your property taxes calculated? The taxable value of a homeowner's property equals the assessed value as determined by the Osceola County Property Appraiser's Office minus the $25,000 homestead exemption where applicable. The homestead exemption is an amount that is exempt from ad valorem taxes. The amount is established by law for properties used as the owner's primary residence and is normally $25,000. The portion of property tax related to school funding equals the taxable value divided by 1,000 times the school district millage rate. So in our example, a homeowner with an assessed value of $125,000 with the homestead exemption will pay $551.60 of school-related ad valorem property tax to Osceola County. So how will this impact taxpayers in our county? This next slide illustrates the changes in school-related property taxes for an Osceola County homeowner over the last several years. In this example, a home valued at $205,000 back in 2018 would have generated roughly $1,153.98 in school-related property tax. If the owner qualified for Save Our Homes, by the 21-22 school year, the assessed value of that same home would be $223,193. Based on that valuation, the school-related property tax would be $1,093.22, which is a decrease of $37.18 from the 21 tax year, and a 4-year cumulative decrease of $60.76. So slide 13, if we want to jump to FEFP funding. We're going to now change our focus from taxes to the budget that you all will be adopting tonight. So the key items in the budget have been shared with you in previous workshops and previous board presentations. The budget that was presented on July 12th has been adjusted to incorporate the second FEFP calculation and the final certification of the tax roll. Other minor changes and adjustments were made to fund balances as we continue to close out the last school year. Based on the current FTE projections, FEFP and local tax revenues for the 2022-23 budget are $56.4 million greater than the prior year. Funding per student will increase by $372, or 4.92% over the prior year. This next slide shows our long-range forecast for the general fund. At the close of the 21-22 school year, we project a deficit in the general fund due to the unplanned claims bill expense, which we've previously discussed, that will decrease the fund balance going into the 22-23 school year. This multi-year forecast shows the board's strategy to build up reserves while we continue to receive the federal ESSER and ARP funds, and then spend down fund balance in subsequent years to preserve jobs as the federal stabilization funding expires. Careful monitoring of budgetary resources will always remain a top priority to ensure sustainability through any future funding shortfalls. So this next slide is the district's total budget in a summary form. The general fund is the main fund from which most operating expenditures are paid. In addition, tonight you'll approve budgets for the debt service fund, which is used to pay for the outstanding bonds of the district, the capital projects fund, which accounts for major construction and renovation projects. The special revenue fund consists of food service and federal grants, and the internal service fund accounts for the district's health insurance, property casualty, and workers' compensation programs. So the total tentative budget is $1,851,527,478. So this slide represents the annual budget at the level of detail that you will be adopting tonight, and this is the same level of detail at which you approve budget amendments throughout the school year. Chair Castillo, this is now the time for any public comment. After public comment, the floor will be open for board member discussion and then comments.
Do we have any public comments? Okay. Board, any discussion?
Yeah, I've got a question. I didn't push my button, I'm sorry. Okay,
That's okay, Mr. Bass, go ahead.
I don't know, this might be a question for Rhonda. We just had our real estate workshop prior to this, and there's a popular product that builders are moving into with the rental communities, their rental houses, and the developments are pretty substantial in volume, and I assume there will be no homestead exemption on any of those homes. So in our forecast, I'm trying to look at the glass a little bit fuller than it would be if it was just a traditional type of home. Because if this gains momentum, are they taxed any differently, or are they still taxed individually like individual homes? Do you know that, Rhonda?
God bless you.
It'd be interesting to see if because it would be nice, it would be helpful because.
Yeah, because they don't get the homestead.
They don't get the homestead
The first
exemption.
time money's collected, I would assume would be the same, but then every year thereafter, there's no cap on how much they can go up,
Yeah,
so.
and we're probably gonna be into the thousands of those type of products. Anyways, I'm just forecasting, my mind's going,
Here.
so.
I'm sure we can certainly find out, but it doesn't sound like anybody knows.
Okay.
Thank you. settle?
Yeah, that was it.
Mr. Arguello?
Okay, so the lowest that it can be, according to the rollback, is 5.561.
We're required to levy the required local effort millage, yeah.
5.561 is the requirement.
Yes, total,
Okay.
the total.
And what were you proposing here?
I was gonna ask the same question. Do you mind if I correct Mr. Arguello a little bit? Because I think the
Well,
way-
let her just tell us.
But I'm reading something though. Is it, the rollback rate isn't supposed to be 5.08? And then what we're proposing is 5.516.
So the rollback rate is 5.0861, yes, and the proposed millage is 5.516.
So why are we
Slide
proposing
9.
something different than the rollback?
It's not us locally proposing it. The legislature follows the formula to set the required local effort millage.
So the 5.516 is the required local by the statute, by this legislation.
So the required local effort, the RLE portion is 3, and this is actually the next slide. If we- is the slide
Yeah, I have
presentation
slide 9, I
working?
have slide 9,
So-
just so we can compare it. Slide 9 of what? I don't know, I have like 5 presentations open. The rollback rate comparison slide that you have.
Right. No, I'm looking at that. I was just gonna break down the 5.516 for you. So the required local effort portion is 3.268. And then you also have the prior period funding adjustment, which we're required to levy, which is 0.006. Then you have the discretionary operating, which is the 0.748 that we have to levy in order to get the compression funding. And then we have the 1.5 mils for capital. So the total of those is
The
the
1.5
5.516.
is what we can determine here, right? That's what the finance team determines that they need for the
That's the
capital.
maximum that we can levy for capital without going out for a voter referendum.
Okay, so we're going for the maximum for capital right now, right? But we're also asking for the community to approve an extension of a sales tax increase, right, at the same time. And we may or may not be going into a recession, depending on how you define recession now. So my concern is that we're unnecessarily, why not do what the state is requiring and then not do the rest? Why add the more?
That is certainly a board decision. I would advocate for the fact that the needs of the school district well exceed the revenues that are coming in. But that is certainly the board's decision for what you choose to levy and what you choose to ask the voters for.
The other thing is that the budget that we're gonna be adopting tonight, we still haven't seen the last month of the budget for June, right? We haven't been sent that.
We will be bringing final budget amendments once the year is closed out. We typically bring those to the September 6th meeting, once everything is closed out for the last fiscal year. We're still in the process of closeout. There's still additional information that we're waiting on other third parties for that have to be accrued as of June 30th.
Do you know what percentage of the monthly amendment that would be? What those changes would be? Because here's the thing, right now, I'm very hesitant to vote for a budget where I haven't seen the last month's amendments. And like we talked about in the last meeting, we haven't seen the actuals.
The last month's amendments are on the agenda today.
May, the month of May.
The month of May.
The month of May. Yeah, the fiscal year is not closed out yet.
One more month.
I can't give you a percentage of what's gonna change, but I mean, it's gonna be minimal compared to the overall district budget. There aren't major changes that are happening in June.
That's what I imagine. So what's involved in this 63 million for capital outlay? Where does that go in our budget?
So that is all of the ad valorem revenues that go towards everything in capital that's not new school construction, we're using impact fees for. Not school renovations, we're using sales tax for, but athletic facilities, transportation, White Fleet, help me out here, everything, actually the notice of capital outlay tax ad, which gets published in the newspaper along with the budget, that lists everything that those ad valorem dollars can be spent on. General school
So it's not
maintenance.
education necessarily, right? It's not what's going towards
All
education, it's
capital.
going towards operations.
All capital. This is no salaries, We're talking strictly, that 1.5 is strictly for capital.
Besides construction.
Correct. Legally, it can be used for construction, but we delegate our impact fees and sales tax dollars for those reasons.
Okay.
All set?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Melendez?
Yeah, just for my understanding, because we're looking at slide 18, and you're saying that the prior period adjustment, discretionary operating capital outlay are not part of the rollback rate. But when you go to,
They are part of the total rollback rate.
the part of the total rollback rate, because on page 9, not page 9, slide 9, on that same one, I found it. One more. Yeah, because see, that's where I'm trying to reconcile the two of them. Because when I just look at it as an individual line item, see the required local effort? It says the rollback rate is 3.14. So we could have adopted 3.14. I'm just trying to understand it. Is that what that's saying?
You're required to levy the required local effort of 3.2268, the proposed
And see,
millage.
that's the part that I'm confused about. What does the rollback rate mean then? See, I thought that was, maybe I'm misinterpreting that. That's a good thing.
The 0.75, yeah.
No,
The required local effort means.
no, the 3.14, what does that mean? What does that mean? Because I thought rollback rate means that's the RLE part
So
of
if
the
we go back to
total
the
millages that it
definition
has
of
to
the
be.
rollback rate, if we go back to slide 8,
It's the amount of money that would generate from the year prior.
the millage rate that would generate the same amount of revenue as the prior year if applied to the current year's adjusted taxable value.
Correct.
That's not necessarily what you're required to levy.
Okay, see, that's what I'm confused about. Okay, so it's not what's required to levy then. So the rollback rate is not what the state says, this is what you should
No.
have to apply for the next year going forward.
No.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to make clear, was because I was confused, because I knew there was other components of the RLE. There was the prior period adjustment, discretionary operating and all that. But when I saw the rollback rate, I thought that's the minimum that we had to do, and that's why we're announcing a tax increase, because we're going above and beyond what was required.
It's required to be calculated, and that is what's determined to define whether it's a tax increase or not, but that's not within the local school board's discretion. You are required to levy the RLE.
No, thank you, that's, you broke it down, I'm just trying to understand it so that way everyone's clear, because if I'm confused, I'm pretty sure a couple other people are too. So, okay, so we're basically adopting what the minimum requirement of what the state is asking us to do then.
There's not really a minimum or a maximum, it's just
But
the
in order to,
RLE.
okay, no, okay, right, I mean, we state that better then. Then we are adopting the smallest amount of a millage rate in order to participate in the FEFP and compression and everything that we want.
Correct.
In order for us to draw down dollars to participate in those programs,
Participate
we
in the
are
FEFP.
charging the smallest amount of millage rate in order to participate fully in all those programs.
No, we're adding the smallest amount plus 1.5%, right?
Yeah, but that's capital outlay though.
That's capital, you're not
But you're not
required to
required.
levy
So
that.
yeah, there's no-
The required, otherwise, we would be withheld compression, for example.
If you don't levy the
Right.
.748, then we wouldn't receive the compression dollars.
Gotcha.
If you don't levy the required local effort, you wouldn't receive any FEFP funding.
Okay, no, that's excellent. And then the last question is kind of like what Mr. Bass mentioned earlier. We're selling one piece of property now, potentially, for a lot more than what it was before. Where does that money, well, it's almost.
That'll go
technically
into
it's-
capital,
technically it's
that'll go
profit.
into capital with no specific restrictions on it.
Okay, so it can't be used anywhere else, because technically we sold the money, it's ours, but it's still restricted within capital use only, right?
Yeah, land sales would need to stay in capital.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
A motion to approve the
Well,
tentative budget.
Wait,
I have to
one
read it
second.
into the
Oh, I'm
record.
sorry.
1 second, please.
Okay, I guess my last question, then, while we're doing that then, so next month is when we have the finals for the whole year, right? 'Cause
Correct.
there's one more month. to
And that's when
complete
that's when you'll approve the annual financial report that's required to be submitted to DOE by September 11th.
Okay.
And then that will have everything done and completed for last year.
can compare
Any
apples to
final
apples.
amendments that are tied into that. And so that's unaudited, and then by December 31st, you will have the audit completed for last school year.
that. So my only request is, you weren't here this time, I think you're under the weather and Jose
Yeah.
was here. So when we get those finals for a whole year, I know we can review them every single month. Can we get it rolled up in a year and compare it to like the budgets that we've been looking at? Like the tentative budget has different line items for different things, and we always compare budget to budget. can we get it presented in a format that looks similar to the budgets that we're approving now, so we could look at the actuals compared to what we're doing now?
So the format that we bring the final budget to you in will be the new budget as compared to last year's actuals. We always do that for the final budget, once the year is closed out. I'm not sure if that fully answers your question. The other thing that I can share is that in the annual financial report, the way that those documents are presented by fund has the original budget, the final amended budget, and then the actuals. So all of that will be presented in those formats. If there's any additional format that you want provided, I'm happy to work with you on what you're still requesting beyond those prescribed formats.
Okay, yeah, and I'll wait for the other question during the board meeting, during the agenda part.
Okay. All right. We good? Okay. So slide 18. We recommend that the board adopt Resolution 23-001, setting the required local effort, prior period funding adjustment, discretionary operating, and capital outlay millage rates for the 2022-23 year as follows. The required local effort at 3.262 mils, the prior period funding adjustment at 0.006 mils, discretionary operating at 0.748 mils, capital outlay at 1.5 mils, for a total of 5.516 mils, and the total millage rate to be levied exceeds the rollback rate by 8.45%. And this resolution does require a roll call vote.
Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Mr. Melendez?
Aye.
Mr. Arguello?
Aye.
Mr. Bass?
Aye.
Thank you. Next, we have the budget adoption. So we recommend that the board adopt Resolution 23-002, adopting the tentative budget in the amount of $1,851,527,478. And this also requires a roll call vote.
Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Mr. Melendez?
Aye.
Mr. Arguello?
Aye.
Mr. Bass?
Okay. Next, we have our lottery policy. So while no funding has been provided for the school recognition and discretionary lottery allocations this year within the FEFP, we're still recommending that we go ahead and take this opportunity for the board to approve the policy for the expenditure of lottery funds as listed on this slide. So this just requires a regular vote, and if there were dollars to flow in throughout the year, we would want to go ahead and have the policy adopted rather than having to come back to the board.
Board, all those in favor?
I need a motion and a second.
Oh, sorry.
Motion.
Motion to approve by Mr. Arguello,
Second.
second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Finally, we recommend that the board authorize the superintendent and staff to perform all the necessary tasks to ensure compliance with the truth and millage requirements of Chapter 200.065 of Florida statutes.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Arguello,
Second.
second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so the final public hearing on the 2022-23 budget will be held on Tuesday, September 6th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. here in the School District Administration Center at 817 Billbeck Boulevard, Kissimmee, Florida. And this does conclude the first public hearing to adopt the proposed millage rates and tentative budget for the 2022-23 school year. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sarah.
Sarah.
All right, so that concludes our public hearing. We will go ahead and reconvene the regular board meeting with agenda modifications. Mr. Arguello, do you have any agenda modifications?
I do. I'd like to pull from consent 8.03, 9.04.
All set?
Yep.
Thank you. Does that include regular agenda as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Melendez?
7.01, 10.12, and 14.03.
Thank you. Mr. Bass?
I've got all my questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pace.
We need to pull item 17.02, the Edgewater agreement is not quite ready to go. And then Mr. Kruppenbacher has added 20.03 under his comments simply for the ALJ's denial of the ACCA appeal as a matter of public record.
Thank you. All right, I would need approval or a motion to approve the agenda as submitted.
Motion to approve the agenda as submitted with the following modifications.
No second.
Motion by Mr. Melendez and a second by Mr. Bass to approve the agenda modifications with the agenda with the modifications. We are pulling 7.01, 8.03, 9.04, 10.12, 14.03, 17.02, and adding comments under 20.03. Did I miss anything?
We're good.
Perfect. All those in favor?
Aye.
Pose like sign. Thank you. We'll start with 7.02.
7.01.
I'm sorry, 7.01. Yes, thank you so much.
Okay. This is the one with the, with, now, Dr. Pace, the instructional resignations, that wasn't for the entire summer, right? Was that just for the last 2 weeks? Or from what period was these,
Those go all the way back to May, Mr. Melendez. So at the end of the school year, people who retired, who left the district, who were non-renewed, who hadn't yet met certification requirements.
because I know we had a board meeting sometime in the summer, though. I mean, not the short special one for sales tax, but the one before. We also had resignations in there, too. So, because it is alarming that there's a high concentration, because I just want to be able to look at what was the total number, because this is a snapshot in a period of time. So by the end of the school year to now, kind of like this all over again, but specifically, because I think we had mentioned it before, because it was concerning when I saw, not just celebration, but then we mentioned before, like all these language arts teachers all at once. And so sometimes it's nice to kind of just be honest with ourselves and say, okay, maybe this school is doing a little bit better than somebody else. And not necessarily to obviously to point the finger, because there may be something there, but it also can be that some principals are doing a really good job. You know what I mean? And so like, if there's a smaller amount of resignations from one school than another school, we can't be afraid to have that honest dialogue and follow up with them and say, okay, well, what environment is one principal doing to maintain their teachers more than the other? I know it's a very uncomfortable conversation to have, but I'm telling you right now, it's very uncomfortable to be in the news every other day talking about how short of the teachers we are. And before I point to national statistics, I want to make sure my own house is in order before I use national statistics as a crutch. You know what I mean? So if we're operating at perfect levels, all of our staff is happy, then I can sit there and say, yes, this is the national trend. But before I point to a national trend of critical teacher shortages, I want to make sure that my principals are doing everything they can within their power to create a culture and environment to make sure that teachers stay.
That is something that we have discussed with our administrators as a very important expectation for the coming school year. But we'll have a full report on turnover for you, probably by the September board meeting.
Thank you, Dr.
But Joyce, don't we have, because I asked Tammy this before, we've got almost 1,000 employees with over 20 years of service. So it might be just a natural progression of, we just have an overabundance of teachers who are employees who are reaching that retiring, just naturally retiring. So I don't know. It was like 900 and something, I think you looked it up. It's with over 20 years.
And that could be a part of it too. That's why I said it's not look at this report with like a negative lens.
Right.
Because
You're
maybe
looking
they
at
can justify,
everything.
that school can say, yeah, you're absolutely correct. And I actually agree with you, Mr. Bass. Like it could be 30 of them retired from St. Operation. I'm okay, well, I'm not gonna hold that principal accountable. It must be doing a good job. Just a bunch of people retired all at once. But I just wanna have that honest dialogue is what I'm saying.
Sure.
It's just, let's have that analysis. And I know it's uncomfortable for some folks, because I have a feeling that maybe one or two principals may not have been doing everything they could. You know what I mean? And I'm not here to point fingers. The data should speak for itself. But I just think it's incumbent upon us as a district to show that leadership and maybe give them some guidance. It's not necessarily, hey, you're a bad principal, but hey, maybe teach them new strategies that some of the good ones were doing and kind of making sure that they're on the same sheet of music.
Thank you. Mr. Arguello?
Here's the thing, I'm not baffled by this mystery. All you gotta do is talk to the union. They represent the teachers. They can give you a great idea of why the teachers are pissed and leaving. I mean, this is not a Lifetime movie. Just walk down to Mabott Street, talk to Lair, ask him to pull a bunch of teachers together and ask them. They've already made. Has anyone else seen the survey of teachers that they did before the school finished? If you've seen the survey, of our teachers, they had 1,000 responses, which is a significant, statistically significant sample. 1,000 teachers that did not enjoy their working environment here in the district from all across schools. Not just one school, not one area, not one district. It was 1,000 respondents, 983, if I remember correctly, respondents to their survey of union members. Okay, so, I mean, they told you why. The problem is we don't like to hear it. I think that you're 100% correct. It's an uncomfortable conversation to have, but the conversation needs to be had between us right here on this dais because we're the ones that are not paying attention. If they give you the information, the answer, why is this a mystery to us? It shouldn't be. The teachers are there. These are not imaginary people working in some factory in China. They're right in our schools. Go and talk to your teachers. Bring all 1,000 teachers into, you had a perfect opportunity. We just started school. You had them all in a room. Did you ask them why they hate working here? That would have been a great opportunity. It would have been a great time to say, hey, teachers, what's going wrong? Tell me. Let's forget all this, agenda stuff that we got going on in the background that you're about to be forced into. Let me ask you why you don't like teaching anymore. For you veteran, 1,000 veteran teachers, they call me all the time complaining and telling me why. Why aren't you guys hearing? Why don't you guys know? Why is it a surprise to everyone else? Just like when they came complaining about the books. Hey, I don't like my kid looking at this pornography. And some board members want to be, I've never heard that before. 5 times parents have come to that podium and read from the books. I read from here on my microphone series from these books. And you guys are going to pretend like you guys don't know what's going on? I mean, just listen to the people that are here. There's 8,000 employees. You can ask them all. You have access to every single one of your employees. This is not a mystery. You do not have to be the world's greatest detective to find out why people are upset with this district and why they're leaving. Okay? Yes, there's a national shortage. We know that. Okay? But there's also a shortage here. People are leaving here. People, when I first got elected, people were telling me, you know what? I came to Osceola. I love it compared to Orange. I worked in Orange. I hated Orange. I loved Osceola. Those same people came to me 18 months later, and they're saying, you know what? I cannot stand it here anymore. And you guys are not having those conversations? Is it just me that they come to? Does no one reach out to you guys? I mean, let's stop the pretending. All of these are our employees. If you don't know why they're upset, then it's not just the teachers that we need to change.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who pulled 8.03?
Motion approved as submitted.
Okay, I thought we were just doing a comment. Okay, so I guess we have a motion by Mr.
701.
Melendez, a second by Mr. Vaz. Board, all those in favor of approving 7.01?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Thank you. We're gonna move on to 8.03. I don't remember who pulled this one. Was it Mr. Arguello?
I pulled it, yes.
Thank you.
So 8.03, I had a lot of family members reach out to me and complain that they perceive this as being another one of these woke programs that we're bringing into the district. So I started looking into this program. I had the same concerns that they did. You go to their website, which doesn't work, number one. So when you go to their website on the computer, it does not work. All right? That's pretty concerning considering the service that they're providing to us is to teach distance learning, right? So these are teachers that are in somewhere else that are going to be teaching our students because we don't have the teachers to fulfill that mission. So their website doesn't work, okay? It works on the phone, doesn't work on a computer, which is what our kids are going to be using. All right, that's one thing. So yeah, they had perfect woke language. Our crafty attorney here already put it into the contract that they had to follow Florida statute and so on. I would like to add, Mr. Kruppenbacher, to all of these statutes, or to that portion language, just a statement that as perceived, basically to the end of that statement, as perceived by the school district or by the school board or by the state. So that if the school district, yeah, right, you can see, right? So we can basically unilaterally decide that they have violated the statute and we can move them out. The
district, the board, the district is the board of the state.
Right. Well, I don't want to circumvent the superintendent. If she decides on her own merits that then she can't, yeah. The,
I'll add that into every paragraph like that
thank you.
for our contracts.
This falls, I mean, their chief concern is equity, not math. That's my concern with this company, number one. But number two, aside from all those issues, this is a glaring indication of us and the problems that our district has. We're looking for solutions outside of our own teachers. Instead of going to our teachers, our veteran teachers, we're going to another consultant, another company, another someone, another body, another group far away who's not going to put in the love that the teachers put into our students. So we need to resolve, it's a matter of urgency that we resolve the problems that the teachers have so that the teachers come back. That's what we need to do. But instead, what we're doing is we have more contracts than raises, we get more consultants than teachers, and we have more lobbyists than we need. It seems like that's our focus. If you're a consultant, this is the greatest place in the world. All the money you need, all the time, you don't have to comply with your contract, nothing. If you're a lobbyist, come over here. You don't even have to be registered to lobby. You don't have to disclose your contracts. You don't got to do nothing, okay? You don't even have to fall within our parameters of our human resources #1 bullet, which is be of strong moral character. You can be anybody, all right? Okay, fine. But if you're a teacher, then you have to jump through hoops like crazy, and then you're going to be replaced by a company like this, or by teachers from Latin America, or by something. I think that this district needs to come to grips with the crisis that's going on because now it's impacting the families. You need to go sit down with our teachers, and we need to bring them back into our school district. And this is indicative of that problem. That's all this is. Every time the community sees one of these contracts, the community can know this is basically a failure of the school board and a failure of the leadership at the school district, and it leads to this. That's all, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. Did you have another comments regarding that as well?
Yes, Madam Chair. Now, is this in regards to the shortage, for Dr. Pace, is this in regards to the shortage of teachers for Algebra 1 and geometry classes?
We have had a particularly difficult time recruiting math teachers, and so this was an out-of-the-box way to help fill a need for the upcoming school year. We have vetted the company and their performance with other states and districts who've used them, found them to be performing. We piloted proximity learning at Toho High School about 3 years ago, but they were a new company and they were just getting started. They now have over 1,000 certified teachers under their belt. They've had proven results on the EOC, and this is just one more tool in the toolkit to try to meet the needs of our students and families.
Right, because the alternative is they don't have a teacher in there at all, right? Or we
And
try to
that's where
co-teach or something
achievement
like
really, really struggles and hurts. Or that's when teachers are having to pick up extra period planning assignments, taking on larger class sizes. So we're trying to protect our teachers within the district as much as we can, but also make sure that we fill the needs of our growing student population.
Now, just so I'm understanding here, because on the staff language, it said, shall provide up to 60 minutes of live instruction per section. So that means, so the live instructor will be there for the whole class period.
Correct. The live instruction will be there for the whole class period. It'll be, Wednesdays will be an early release day. They'll adapt their schedule. They follow our bell schedule. They follow our adopted curriculum. They follow state standards. And these are, again, fully certified teachers.
Right, and I remember last year too, there was an issue where there were some AP courses where we had difficulty, I think it was like computer science and stuff like that. And so, and students were like, I don't have a certified teacher in front of me, how do I prepare for the exam? And we try to give them like some remedial, like through Khan Academy or whatever methods. So at least I commend you for thinking outside of the box, for saying, okay, at least there is a live person in there, and it's not a digital component. I just want people to understand that. It's not like they're trying to do math on their own.
Correct.
So it's kind of like what we were doing during the digital version when we went through the pandemic, right? Where somebody can actually talk to the teacher while they're there, right? So they're not looking at a pre-recorded recording, right? They're actually talking to a teacher.
And the proximity teachers have also gone through a virtual education program and earned certification in ways to be engaging and relate to the students during the instructional model.
Right. And then, yeah, other than that, then, I kind of agree with that. I don't like the fact that we're short, but
None of us do.
that's just the reality. And so at the very minimum, I have to be fair and honest in my assessment and say, at least you're trying to fill it with a certified teacher as opposed to letting it go and just kind of figuring out how we're going to get things to succeed forward. So with that, I'll motion to approve item 803.
With additional language?
Oh, with the additional language that Frank wanted. I didn't even realize that was a part of this contract.
Is that correct, though?
Frank? Or-
Mr. Arguello wanted that language. If the board wants to put it in this one,
Well, you
We'll
just,
go back to
I was kind of just bound, I was going off what you seem to be
I mean, I
agreeing to.
can add that language in if that's.
Can I
the-
just interject here, because I was gonna leave this for another time, but I think this is the right time to have it. If we're going to be editing contracts and adding policy, I think that we need to sit down as a board and have a conversation about all of the policies that we have in general, and in addition to that, how we move forward. I don't love doing things ad hoc, as you know. So if we're going to add anything additional to things moving forward, not just this contract, which is what I think I heard Mr. Arguello say, then I was going to suggest, in general, to have a policy workshop, because I know that I would like to be more engaged with our policy process. So I don't know if that would address the issue, but I'm not ready to add ad hoc language to every contract while we're at the board meeting.
And to add to that, I thought, and to Ms. Castillo's point, I thought we had done that before. Like, there was a couple
There is language in
contract
this
languages about
contract.
something else, and we're like, hey, we wanted to add new boiler point language, because at first it said, hey, we need to comply with stat statute, which we thought that was clear. And I could have sworn we had a board meeting where we had more additional language saying it's not gonna be,
It's in there, so
violating
Let me
something.
correct, the language is in there. All I was doing was shoring it up legally, which he understood right away. So this is not a policy change. The policy is already on the contract. It's just a matter of saying so that the board can actually act when it happens. So if it were to happen, the board may hesitate to act because according to who? It raises the question. So it was a legal matter. It had nothing to do with policy. The policy has already been established. You're correct. The language is in the contracts already. It's in all of our contracts. It was decided at a previous board meeting. All I was doing was shoring up the legal aspect of it. That's it.
So the motion does not need to be modified to add contract language, because the language is already there.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's clear. I make an accurate motion. So I motion to approve 8.03 as submitted.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Melendez, second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Opposed, like sign?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-1. Thank you. We're going to move on to 9.04. Was that you, Mr. Melendez, as well?
Negative, that was.
Mr. Arguello?
Yeah, so the kids from Toho are going to Honolulu, Hawaii. So I just wanted to wish them good luck and safe travels. That is a long flight, and I envy them. So congratulations and good luck on that flight. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Arguello, second by Mr. Melendez. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Thank you. Mr. Melendez, 10.12.
Okay, we kind of touched up a little bit about it during the budget presentation, but this is like a little bit more specific to last year, not so much this year, so I kind of reserved it before, and I kind of spoke to staff a little bit about it. On these are the actuals for May 31st, and I'm looking at, they're not numbered, so let me try to see. Well, we have the balance sheet first, and then we have the income statement, or the revenue and expenditure statement, that's how they call it. Line item 5,000 is instruction. And the original budget was 413 million. We adjusted it down to 409, and I get that, that's okay because adjustments happen. But then the actual amount is like $324 million, which is like 79% of what the actual is. And so June is only one more month away. So when I annualized it, when I took 324 divided by 11, you get roughly $30 million, right? So if I add another month to the 324, that's going to be about 354. And then Ms. Graber had mentioned that the last month we paid teachers a couple extra checks, or I'm not exactly sure what that is, but I guess they're on a set summer salary. So I think the projection may be an additional $20 million to be spent. So if I add the 324, 330, 320, that still adds up to like $375 million. which still puts us $34 million short in that categorical for instruction. So I just want to make that clear, that that $34 million it was instructional money that wasn't spent. So, for different reasons, maybe didn't fill the position because it was vacant, and so it was allocated and it wasn't spent. So that $34 million technically is going to roll over to the next school year, because I don't believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that $34 million, just because it wasn't spent, can then be used for something else. We've been happy buying school buses with that extra money, or whatever it is, we're buying textbooks. That's instructional salaries. So the union can sit there and say, hey, we have a $34 million pot that we can try to tap into when we're beginning negotiations the next year, because next year you get your allocation all over again. And then I think I saw the budget hearing just right now that we just passed, it's more than 409. It's 40 something, so that's even more money. So I just want to make sure that, that this year when we negotiate, that we negotiate with a position of transparency, and there's a lot of resignations. And I don't want to sit back and hold money that can go to our teachers. And so if there's a way for us to try to maximize whatever raise that we can get them, and without hurting the rest of the budget, I just want to make sure that's clear, that that is the position of the board, or at least that's my position. I can't speak for the rest of the board, but there's a lot of money out there that can be utilized to increase teacher salaries and ESP money, and I want to make sure that it gets used properly and give them the proper due.
And Mr. Arguello?
Yeah, I'd like to know where that $30 million is going. I mean, if it's rolling over, fine. If we're budgeting those $30 million over year after year, so one, I'd like to know what was budgeted and what carried over last year to this year. And then I'd like to know, why can we take that money aside right now if it's rolling over and put that towards salaries?
Some of it is actually already encumbered, you already have contracts in place, it just may not, the cash may not have gone out the door by June 30th. Sometimes you have contracts that carry, for example, an audit contract. It's not, the work isn't all completed by June 30th, so therefore it's considered in carryover, so that money's already allocated and spoken for. It's just not expended as of June 30th. It will carry over into the following year's budget to continue to be used for the purposes that the board has already authorized.
$30 million worth?
There is $31 million sitting in carryovers right now. If you look at next year's budget that you just approved, those carryover appropriations are all in there. They're all included in next year's appropriations.
What percentage of that is encumbered right now?
I don't
much
have
that
that
is
number off the
below,
top of
yes.
my head. That's all part of as we close the year out, because it's based on what's not expended as of June 30th.
Sarah, could you also clarify for the board and for the community the other things that are covered in Fund 5 that were covered in that budget object 5,000, because it's not just salaries?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
so
rolled up.
It's actually function, the instructional function. So it's not just teacher salaries. But it also includes, all of salaries and benefits. It also includes supplies, textbooks, copier maintenance, instructional software, classroom furniture, hardware, dues. There's a whole laundry list. Anything that is tied to the instructional function is what you're seeing in that 5,000 instruction line.
Can I look at that? Can you send that? Because I'm seeing also
Yes, Dr.
6,200
Pease
has
forwarded you
instructional
a
media
lengthy
services,
explanation.
I did respond to
And
your
it-
question earlier.
You can also go to the Florida Red Book that DOE produces. That will tell you what each function consists of. And then you have all of the objects, salary, supplies, et cetera. All of those are within each function and the way that we're required to present this information.
It seems like we have teachers that are like begging for school supplies too, right? Like they're literally out there sending people Amazon links, asking them for supplies.
Every school gets discretionary money that they can choose how to spend those dollars wisely.
I mean, this couldn't be something that was in the line items, like you can't like come up with an average. Everybody knows, right, what you spend as a teacher. Like, can't we create a line in the budget that says these are gonna be the school supplies get dispersed to every classroom or something?
If the board would like to allocate the dollars at that level, that's certainly something that the board can discuss and direct us to do.
Well, I mean, it's as opposed to, if it goes to the classroom as opposed to a principal who then divvies out that money, I mean, here's the thing. If they already are begging for salary increases, right, for living wages and so on, then all of a sudden you have them buying their own supplies for classrooms. or out there begging in the community for supplies for their classrooms. I don't know, that should be sending up red flags already that something's wrong, all right? This may have been the way that the model worked forever. I don't know.
So we do not tell them that they cannot use their discretionary budget for school supplies.
I understand that,
what we
but
don't-
you're sending money
what
to
we
the
don't
principal, not to
do-
the teacher.
Correct.
Right.
And
So
there-
what I'm saying is, why
you
doesn't
can
every teacher
find
get a
that.
budget to manage her classroom with? Like every teacher, first of all, every teacher that we have, we would imagine that they would want to become leaders at some point, right? And managing a budget is probably a great exercise for them anyways. Not that some of them don't already know how to do that. But why not give every classroom X amount of dollars so that they don't have to ask the community to pitch in? I mean, it just seems like this is a $1.8 billion organization and we have teachers begging for.
I just need direction.
Let me say, I think one possible compromise, because I can see what you're saying, but to the classroom level is a little too far, because you said it goes to the principal, but it's discretionary. So out of the discretionary, they can choose to use it for supplies. Why don't we just keep it at the principal level and say, out of your discretionary funds, this is how much is allocated for school supplies? Because I doubt the principal's gonna wanna give all the supplies to just one teacher and not anybody else. You know what I'm saying? I have faith that my principal is gonna do it correctly. You know what I mean? So instead of just saying it's fully discretional, just maybe take a portion of that discretion and allocate it for school supplies. I mean, I guess that's more a question for the board. I'm sorry. Sorry, that's not for you to do. I apologize.
Board direction, if that's something that you want to do
at
at a more
The rest of my board
detailed,
members.
if you want to allocate the budget at a more detailed level,
No, it's
that's
not really allocated.
required, I just need board direction.
Yeah, it's not really allocated well, I guess it is allocated more detailed, but I'm talking about like,
Establishing the
wanna
budget for
add-
that
like a uniform
You
policy.
want to
like-
add a line item for school supplies, is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, the school supplies, and then, like I said, and I don't care what school, what classroom gets it, but just saying, hey, maybe by population, and saying, okay, the school's this big, a portion of their money has to go to school supplies.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Pace?
Sarah and Jose, remind us, what is the teacher supply allocation that comes directly from the state for teachers, specifically for school supplies?
The dollar amount, that I don't, it's usually a couple $100.
Yeah, it's a little less than $300 per teacher.
So there are additional dollars that are going directly to teachers as a part of the state budget process for teacher supplies, and they have complete discretion over those particular purchases, other than they have to upload receipts for tax purposes.
And as a teacher, yeah, I never heard of that program before, you're kind of educating.
It's an
annual.
It's a categorical in the FEFP.
Yeah, but does the money go straight to the teacher,
They get a,
or?
I used to get a card. Like you get a card that you can vote, yeah.
So then maybe, obviously $300 is not gonna buy all the supplies for 20 kids, right? So we should be giving, here's the thing, if the teacher already has the process, I think that the teachers are more than capable of managing $1,000 in school supplies, that is not a high watermark for our teachers. The teachers can manage $1,000 supplies. If they're getting $300 from the state, then why not kick in another $700 so that they can buy all the glue sticks and whatever that they have to buy? I'm looking for you to tell me why that's not a good idea.
I feel like we're jumping the gun without having the data. To be honest with you, I'd like to see how much money do they spend normally on school supplies. And where's
Each
that-
parent spends $200 or $300 on school supplies, right? How much did you spend on school supplies?
No, but that's
So
my
multiply that
responsibility.
times 20 kids.
Yeah, I spend that money, but that's not the responsibility of the government to spend that money for school supplies.
It is, actually, it is, because
So-
this district should be allocating exactly what every student needs in order to succeed in that classroom. So it may not be an allocation, but for example, Clorox wipes, that's the one thing they have. Printer paper. Why would a teacher have to beg for printer paper, right? But every student is supposed to bring a pack of student paper, right? So unless a teacher can walk into a closet and grab a ream of paper at any point in time, then we're already failing in a student who, that needs
Okay, so
paper.
you're talking about supplies in that sense.
I'm not talking about just, like their individual supplies.
I see you, Mr. Koppenbacher. If that is something that the board would like to explore, I think that there might be some kind of idea of what the budget should be. I don't think that we should just throw a number that we think is the right number, if that's even where we're thinking of going. Is there a way to maybe figure out on average how much teachers spend, I guess, after the $300 that they get from the state?
We can certainly ask them, and that $300 is not a definite number. We get a pot of money, and then we divide it up between the number of instructional employees that are hired on that specific date.
Okay.
We have advised our principals not to limit copy paper or use of the copy machine, okay? And I will reiterate that to them as well, so that teachers shouldn't have to be requesting a ream of copy paper, because a lot of times with a ream of copy paper, it ends up getting moist in the classroom if it's not stored well in boxes, and then it ruins the copy machine because it clogs up the system. So that is not something that we would necessarily want teachers doing, and I'll remind principals to make that available to teachers.
Mr. Barris, are you messing up the
district-
copy machine at your school?
Our district supply lists are published online. They're commonly agreed to in elementary and middle and high school. And the price of that this year was about $35 to $40.
Without sales.
Yeah, without sales. That was the middle school supply list at Walmart at the beginning of the summer. But we certainly can dig more deeply into this and bring something back to the board. I would caution the board, because this is sounding like something that might be a part of our negotiating process, and that we shouldn't be doing from the dais.
Okay, one more thing. Typically, I wouldn't necessarily break the format of the meeting, but I'm getting some signals here. Can you help me understand because we're not in the classroom. So if we're discussing something that's not gonna help you, and thinking that we're going to save the world, and you're like, this is not what we want, we would like.
If principals have received the direction from the administration that they are not to limit copies, they are not to limit copy papers, reams of paper, that's not our reality.
Okay.
I don't think that's teachers in Osceola County. And it quite possibly can be that working within the budgetary constraints that they have, that they're trying, it's an issue. It costs money. That paper costs money. Every single one of those copies costs money. So, and you have some people I have colleagues that probably have multiple preps. They need more copies because they're teaching 3 or 4 different classes, right? So that means, you can use class sets and to try to mitigate the cost, and you have to do that and put it in a sheet protector and the kids are writing their answers on a separate sheet of paper. But for someone who has multiple preps, they have the same copy allotment that I have, and I only have 1 prep. So if that's the direction coming from Dr. Pace and from the assistant superintendents, and I'm no doubt that probably is, that is not necessarily what a classroom teacher's reality is at this point.
Okay.
So there's some sort of disconnect somewhere.
Yeah, thank you for that input.
And I'll dig more deeply into that.
Thank you. I think, Dr. Pace, you brought an issue up, so we might have to stop discussing this issue, but possibly bring it to an executive session, or, yes.
Here's the thing, the supplies that we provide a classroom or a teacher is absolutely not bargaining. We're not talking about pay. That is not pay. Giving them $1,000 in budget for them to use in their classroom is not pay. But that's extremely insulting that we're gonna give you, just like if the Army had told me, here's your rifle, but you're gonna pay for that rifle later. No, it's, I never had to beg for anything like that, so you're giving, I'm speaking, hold on, excuse me. Okay, but I'm still speaking.
Asking us to stop talking about it, so.
You're asking us to stop speaking about the issue?
That's what your chair said.
Okay, well, here's the thing.
Yeah, who cares about that?
Yes, so here's the thing. They should be provided with all the materials they need to teach. That's the bottom line. That's not something that we should be arguing about, because it's not them, it's the students. So if the students had a union, they'd be like, give my teacher all the requirements that she needs to teach, all right? Give my teacher all the requirements that he needs to be able to get the information to me. I mean, this is not something that we should be arguing, especially when we have contracts like with consultants for hundreds of thousands of dollars just because they give people political donations. So why don't we shore it up and start providing the resources to the students and the teachers that they need to do their jobs?
Members of the board, I address something. Your board chair, whoever that person may be, is the person who runs board meetings. may or may not like the person who's chair, but when they give a direction, I'm going to ask each of you to respect the direction. If you don't agree with it, you can ask your fellow board members to override the chair, but please respect that. It's what the role of the chair is, and I appreciate the passion you have for issues, but you have to respect that role. Otherwise, we're going to disintegrate into no order up here at any given time.
I think because of the chair, it has disintegrated multiple times. Here's the bottom line, is that she has a role, and she needs to follow the rules, like answer when they call the button, right? But they're so,
But
you know, I mean,
Mr.
it's
Arboyo,
just-
I think for the good of the forum, though, I think that's a good point that he mentioned, that, like, if you want to do something, because it's the chair's job to run the meeting, and if you disagree with the chair, I think that's appropriate, like, if she says, okay, no more debate on something, then the appropriate thing is to go to the rest of the board and overrule that with the majority vote. And if the majority of the vote says, yes, you may continue, Mr. Arboyo, then I think that, that's.
Here's the
appropriate.
thing, that when one person is acknowledged, they're not supposed to be interrupted. So you don't interrupt someone in the middle of what they're saying and then end debate. What you do is, you end debate when they're done.
We can finish.
Okay, so let's follow the rules if we're gonna follow the rules, okay, especially with this board, which they operate under completely different conditions.
What is going to happen is, I'm going to end up recommending, I'll tell you right now, I've been through this before, because people can take over a conversation and speak for an hour. We had a board member in Orange that used to do that. We finally came up with, each board member got 3 minutes on an issue. It was the only way to stop it. So, yeah, you can start talking, but the board chair has the right to stop it, and then the board can override it. Again, whether you like the chair or you don't, you got to respect that particular role.
There's not a board member up here that does not want to give more money to the teachers. I think I think we all would want that. And I'm all in favor of it as well, but I would prefer you and Dr. Pace to be able to bring something back to us, because I don't want to bump up against any legalities of negotiations. So,
Right. And the thing that I was requesting, respectfully, was, what is that amount? Because we want to bump it up to what? I don't want to come up with some arbitrary number. I want to be able to analyze, kind of like what you said, what is that allocation? How much money are they truly spending? And if what they're getting isn't enough, then we can try to sit there and say, okay, well, we're going to tell the principals, you have less discretion, you're going to allocate at least the minimum amount that we feel is necessary to be successful. Now, what's above the minimum amount, then that's truly discretionary. So I think that at least that's what my goal was in bringing that up. So let's analyze what it is, because I don't know that actual number. What are we actually spending per student, per classroom? So if we have a number of, say, 500 average, I'm just making it up, and the allocation is 3, then we need to go and say, hey, the principal in the budget this year, the allocation needs to be $500. Anything that you get above 500, then truly be your discretion. I don't want to give a principal a discretion when the average need is, say, $500. And that was completely my intent for bringing that item up. Thank you.
where are we at?
But that's not bargaining,
Well,
right?
we're
Just
at-
to clarify,
yeah,
that's not bargaining.
Where
that's
we're at
not
right now
bargaining.
is Dr.
No,
Pace
yeah,
agreed
it's not.
to find out how much that amount is. Like, how much is it that's the need for every class? Or, I don't want to speak for Dr. Pace. I think that's what I interpreted it as, is, hey, you're going to come back and, because there was 2 other things that I also heard from Dr. Pace. There's 2 different allocations. There's money in instruction from 5,000 for us to go to supplies, and now I'm hearing that there's special teacher allocation and FFP. So now I'm hearing there's 2 pots of money to fund that. So what pot of money? Now you got me a whole new Pandora's box. That's another set of questions. Well, which one is the first one?
But that's the whole
and
issue
which one's-
with making decisions like this from the dais, right? So you just discovered that there's a pot of money that teachers are allocated for supplies, when you may, I don't know if this is true, but you may have walked in thinking that they have to pay for everything themselves. So when we're asking to go ahead and take these conversations offline, it's not because we're trying to stop the conversation, but because it gives us an opportunity to get more educated on the subject and make decisions that are based on fact and not just on feelings or the feeling of the day. So when I asked you to stop talking about it, because it's maybe used for something else, it's not because I was trying to be rude or whatever, it's because genuinely there's a lot of pieces to the subject that we're not even able to discuss right now, and we're asking to make decisions that I don't feel comfortable making. I don't know about the rest of you. So,
But no one is asking, we're just having the discussion.
okay, I think that
Okay.
did we come to a conclusion of what we're doing so we can move forward?
You have, by consensus, turned this to Dr. Pace to do a full understanding of it and come back and give you her thoughts, recommendations, et cetera.
Do you understand what I was asking, Dr. Biggs?
I do.
All right, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. Thank you.
And this is important discussion. It's typically the kinds of things that we discuss in our July board workshop.
Okay.
Okay.
So we just move forward, table this, I mean, how do you?
Oh, there's no, it's not a votable
It's just,
item.
oh, it's just, okay.
It's because
Yeah.
it's still, but,
Just
well,
a
technically, we
technology.
voted on it in the public
We
hearing,
did.
but we can adjust the, because it's a tentative budget in the public hearing, it wasn't the final budget. But when
The
we do the
May
final
monthly
budget.
financial reports, item 10.12.
You pulled it, it needs to be voted on.
Oh, yeah, we do need to vote, yeah, but we're not voting on any changes. Okay, so my motion is for 10.12, but without any changes to it because it's a reported document. It's not a document that,
As submitted.
yeah, you know what I mean, yeah. And as submitted, but with the condition that Dr. Pace is gonna come back to us in the
That's
future
fine.
and let us know what the actual allocation amount is that's required for every classroom.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Melendez, a second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Were we 14.03 now? Was that you as well?
1403.
Yes, well, it kind of takes a lot out of you. This is an internal audit of the purchasing department, and most times when we receive audit backs, and we have a couple findings, you know, the district isn't perfect, but there was a couple findings that were of high priority that, because they have different levels of what they find. It could be like low priority, medium priority, I think it's the color coded yellow, red, or whatever the case may be. And there's a couple of significant findings.
One.
And, so, what is the, I just wanted your opinion on this, Dr. Davis.
Yes, there was one high finding, the user access controls. When the purchasing system was developed, it was copied over from terms, and in doing so, there were a couple of individuals on staff who had authority within the system to both submit, receive, and then approve a particular item, which is obviously a control issue. As soon as that was found by the auditors, it was found immediately. They've tested it already to make sure that that's not there, and we're looking more deeply into systems to make sure that that doesn't happen again. And there was no evidence that any inappropriate purchases or payments were made.
So it was more of a vulnerability, not the fact that we caught somebody taking advantage of it.
Exactly.
I mean, it really doesn't make it better, but I mean, it's worse if somebody actually took advantage of it.
Correct. The purchasing audit was very much like our human resources audit, and that is, it is about improving our systems and processes as we continue to grow as a district, and making sure that we have structures in place to complete the operations of the district in an efficient and controlled manner. We went over this with the audit committee yesterday. Our systems and processes as we continue to
And then the last
It's
thing.
on YouTube. You guys can just play it back then.
And the last thing on that is, the last task the board had collectively directed the purchasing department to do was start collecting local vendor preferences and maybe change the database. And sometimes we do something and we just kind of, we're so busy fighting 10 fires, maybe at some other future board meeting, could be an informational item or something, just kind of an update on the progress, like how are we doing with that?
We're planning one on the MWB local preference and
Okay, those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Arguello?
Yeah, the number 2 was also, although it was moderate, this was a sampling. So it's not like the sampling is very large here. But already, I think RSM felt that it was worthy to look into this further. So these are warning signs of the 10 samples. To get moderate, especially with the bullets that are pointed out here, is not a good grade. It just doesn't mean that it's, in their opinion, something that is extremely high. But the sampling is small. So to me, this is even more concerning than the first. The first one, the high, is ridiculous that would even exist. I don't even know how that would ever happen in an organization of this size. But nonetheless, number 2 is also pretty bad.
Why, so you're saying that, you're talking about where they didn't provide incidents of insurance coverage and things like that?
Yeah, it's absolutely, it's horrendous. How does that happen in an institution of this size? And that's with a small sampling. Imagine if they sampled every single one, then this would have to be high. The only reason it's a moderate is because of the sample size.
Do you want me to- just some of those items that were identified, I just want to point out, not an excuse, but just they did seem to be kind of one-off issues that had to do with discretion, so not systemic problems. But it wasn't that they didn't have insurance, for example. It was just things where our purchasing staff were using discretion, and we didn't have the rationale documented. So when
But
the
the sample
auditors
size
asked,
is
we
10.
had to ask.
So if you have the sample size were 1,000, and then you
We've
have
already put additional
100
procedures in
instances,
place.
right? Then it would look like that would be a problem because somebody's using their discretion, which is the whole point. That's like in the previous one that is high, right? So the previous one is marked high because you can authorize, receive, and approve your own expenditure, right? So with this, somebody's using their discretion in large numbers, then that would become a similar situation where somebody's taking it upon themselves to approve whether or not someone needs an insurance. And if let's say that's vendor A. Vendor A keeps coming back to their friend, and then this person at their discretion continues to waive all the requirements of the work. So,
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I ran audit for a number of years for the Orange County Schools. I will tell you that purchasing is a very risky area because it does have the ability to impact dollars. And my recommendation on this is, Sarah, that in like 6 months, RSM takes a look, have these issues been fixed, and gives a report.
Well, that's what they do.
They will do as
No,
part
they
of their
don't always
follow-up.
do that.
Yeah, they do, they'll do a
As part
follow-up
of, they
based
will
on
do a
our
follow-up
recommendations.
audit,
When?
not a full-blown audit, but as part of our audit committee meeting yesterday,
Right.
they discussed follow-up on all previous audits that have been completed.
When will they do a follow-up on this one? When I
Uh,
hear that they'll do a follow-up, when does it happen?
We didn't have a specific
Well,
time frame.
that's what you need to have locked down. When is it gonna happen?
yeah.
Well, that'll be part of the
So-
audit plan.
Just because I was in that meeting, that's the only reason I'm speaking on it is, obviously, we've already put some systems in place to make sure that doesn't happen, so that's probably why it's moderate, not a high. And yeah, the part of their yearly cycle with us is to go back and review.
What I'm
Go back
saying,
and
in
review
an
basically.
area like this, you don't
Yeah,
wait a
we
year.
can take that, it's not gonna be a year, but we can go back with the audit committee, I guess we can decide when we want to go ahead and see what the changes have been. Mr. Melendez?
Yeah, and like a specific example on item number 2, we talk about the insurance, because that is like an oversight. You know, there has to be some kind of internal control in place to make sure it doesn't happen again, right? And if you look at the recommendation by RSM, they say creating a checklist. And I like that idea of having a checklist of everything, and then maybe assign some kind of party within the district who's not in purchasing or something like that, or somebody within your, I don't know who that would be, you know, I don't know the organization chart like the back of my head, but somebody can sign off on that to confirm that it was done, you know what I mean, or they can do that, because when I look at the staff response, it doesn't say, we like the idea of checklist. It says staff will revise the language on insurance requirements on solicitation documents to reflect the intent of the process. Yeah, we're gonna look back at insurance documents, but that's not a process. That's just people looking at insurance documents. There needs to be, I like the idea of a checklist, where we say, okay, is this in the packet? Yes, 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 and yes. And if something's missing, then it's easy to identify, you know what I mean? And so I guess that's my concern, is the school district gonna implement what RSM had recommended? Because when it said manager's action plan, that doesn't show like they didn't like the idea of checklists, or I don't know what it was. They recommended it. I mean, you tell me, why does staff disagree with using checklists?
We already have a checklist in place. We don't disagree with that. The checklist will be updated to implement some of these additional recommendations.
Okay, then who's gonna be conducting the checklist? Because if the person that,
Purchasing department does, and then the supervisor, and then the director all review those steps.
right, and then would the person have to, would the supervisor have to sign off on the checklist to make sure that, you know, that everything was off?
I will ensure that the review is documented if it's not already.
Yeah, and you see the purpose of that, right? Because if I'm the person doing the purchasing department, I'm doing my own checklist, it's not an internal control.
It's all
It's only
reviewed by the
internal control if
supervisor.
another person, like if I do something, John looks at my checklist and says, okay, like I do the work, John should be looking at the checklist. I have my own checklist of things I have to do internally just to do it, but then Mr. Arroyo or Ms. Castillo should look at my checklist and say, okay, everything in fact was done and then sign off on it, and that's the way, to at least the way I look at it, is a way to confirm that that isn't done again.
They are all reviewed by a second person. Usually the supervisor is the one doing the review.
Mr. Aguayo, you had one more comment.
Yeah, so, I mean, in this notes, aside from the insurance and so on, it's important to note that 40% of the 10 sampled ITBs, of 10, 40% were hit, all right? So we can argue about whether one is severe, not severe, or whatever. It may not be severe, but 40% is severe. That's a problem if 40% of your invitations to bid have some kind of problem. Then, of the 2 requests for proposals, it looks like they violated state statute potentially. So that's a problem when our requests for proposals are not following state statute. So it's not like these are large sample size. To have this many problems in such a small sample size, to me, is pretty severe. And what you were saying earlier, Mr. Melendez, is that I will check your work and then something goes on and it's fine. But the problem in this case is that it was intentional. It's not an accident. That's the difference between severe and moderate to me. So this is systematic because the system allowed our personnel, to override what's required and say you are not allowed to. And that's exactly what creates a problem in public procurement, is that one human being decides, I'm going to allow this person to bypass this portion of the contract. And that's the difference between, let's say, vendor A and vendor B. If vendor A was offered that waiver and vendor B was not, right? So that creates, but here's the thing, in this sample size, under these circumstances, you're not going to see those impacts. But certainly 40% is a systematic problem. If they did a sample size of 1,000 and 400 of our ITBs were found to have these issues, that would be a pretty severe problem. And so, again, I want to reiterate, the only reason that this is moderate is because the sample size is moderate. If the sample size were severe or large or statistically relevant, then this would be a huge problem.
Thank you. That was 1403? Okay, thanks. I guess we do have to go ahead and vote it in. So I'm gonna, it's an
information item.
Sorry, okay, so we'll move on to item 15.01, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Have it pulled.
Yes, discussion before I might want to second that. Dr. Pace, this is like a new position. What was the district not doing before? Because it says an education specialist. I'm just having difficulty, like, who wasn't doing this before? Like, you know, or is it just, there's just too many employees and they don't have enough time to outreach to each employee? Like I'm trying to figure out what the genesis of this position was, because letting employees know there's benefits that exist was something that we've been doing before. So what's the delta between what we're doing last year to this year to justify this position?
This position was built into the budget that you have been considering. It was since our workshops earlier in the summer. It is a part of our health services plan improvement based on the audit, as we found that the things that, for example, a Cigna used to do for us, our team now has to pick up and do for ourselves because we are managing our own health services plan. And so this was an area where we felt like we needed to continue to improve, to better educate our employees about the benefits available to them. Because like I said, they're typically before, we would have had a Cigna person on site as a part of our ASO agreement, whose responsibility was to educate our employees. As we've moved through the plan, we found that there just isn't enough manpower to do that as well as we want to. We also had used a marketing firm to create informational benefits explanations. For example, you may remember some of the little videos that were with kids that were very, very powerful. We moved away completely from engaging any type of an external marketing program based on direction from the board. So this position would pick up the slack for that to try to help strengthen our plan.
So less consultants and external third parties, and more somebody internally who knows our plan in and out.
Correct.
And hopefully we manage or staff it with somebody who's very communicative and can explain things.
Passionate about the work.
Okay, I'll second the motion.
have a motion and a second. Mr. Agoy, you have a point of discussion?
Yeah, Dr. Pace, you just mentioned that a marketing vendor doing a portion of the job. Who is that marketing contractor?
This particular one was
I
Saving
can't
My
think of
Benefits,
it.
and like I said, we haven't, as you know, we haven't had a marketing contract since for well over a year.
They were used for open enrollment this time last year. We haven't used them since then. And
You don't know who it is?
I can look it up. I don't recall the
It was
name off the
one
top of my
the four
head.
vendors on the RFP.
And at this time, we have 0 marketing contracts with any vendors at all?
Correct, we don't have an RFP.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion and a second. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign? Passes. Item 16.01.
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Melendez, second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
And 1701.
I motion to approve 1703. We just passed both of them.
1702 is pulled.
Oh, it's
We
pulled.
pulled
I apologize.
1702, that's
I
why.
apologize. Yes, I'm second. Our motion to approve 1701.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Bass, second by Mr. Motion by Mr. Melendez, second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign? Thank you. 18.01.
Move to approve 1801.
Motion by Mr. Bass.
I also have another issue with that one, Madam Chair.
Do you have discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You second for discussion?
No, I'm not going to second the motion.
I'll second for discussion. I'll second.
Okay.
Mr. Melendez?
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning. Now, I know the effectiveness of OLA, and I know the value of all the entities working together. The concern that I have is specifically in their mission statement or their effort to the district is their focus is on the state of Florida. But we also have, Relish Yesenia as another vendor, and their focus is the state of Florida. And we have a third vendor, Macy Island Consulting, whose also effort was discussed to me only the state of Florida. So it seems rather repetitive and a little bit redundant that we have 3 different entities that we're expending expenditures on for the same effort. And to be honest with you, the school district does a lot of stuff locally as well. Just we had the issue with the sales tax. We also have, I think one of them was we're building the new high school and the new bus barn on the east side of town. We had the city of St. Cloud that wanted to build a road. They wanted to use our road. So, we kind of need some lobbying efforts locally. And so, I just question the board's ability to hire 3 different vendors to do the same exact job, as opposed to kind of divvying out the work and saying, okay, maybe somebody focuses on local governments and entities because we have a lot of issues. One of them does state, and this is what you do. And another one can do, say, the federal government, because we do have, like I went to DC the other time and fought for safe schools. So I'm not really fundamentally opposed to this contract as it is, because I understand the value of working together, but I just think that to have 3 efforts all focused on the same exact thing, it's not very fiscally sound. And I can't hold my superintendent accountable for that, because it's just an item on the board that the board does. And so, so I don't know what you guys think about that, and if we want to try to look at possibly, discussing the lobbying contracts at the next school board meeting. I know it's not a new business item for this meeting, but maybe for the next one, and talk about, maybe divvying up, delegating the task for each one of them. Because, technically speaking, when I hire lobbyists, I don't think, okay, they're only lobbyists for one thing. I like to hire lobbyists for whatever I need to use them for, as opposed to that. But that's my only concern. I mean, I don't know if OLA is the right way to go, but maybe we should determine, well, who's the best one to do our state lobbying. We don't need to hire 3 people to do the same thing. So I'm just curious to see what everyone else, what their opinions on that helps weigh me on that.
Dr. Pace, did you have something to add?
Just for clarification, this particular OLA agreement reflects the city of Kissimmee coming back into OLA for the last couple of years. They have not participated in the OLA agreement. The school board would pay the same that we have been paying, but with the additional dollars from the city of Kissimmee, the plan was that we would be able to contract for some federal lobbying services for specific contracts, as well as then the state combined effort for the 4 governmental agencies. But this is strictly a board decision. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear to the board.
Now, does the OLA agreement say that we can, because now I'm like looking at contracts now, more specifically than ever, you know, so can we put there, and I hate to modify language, ad hoc, you know, and I agree, Madam Chair, so maybe we can delay it for the next one. Can we put there and say, hey, can we expand the scope of what they're lobbying for? So I'm not opposed to the idea of OLA, but I don't want it to be targeted just state stuff only, you know?
There is language in the contract that includes that they would do federal lobbying as well.
Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, as needed, the federal, yeah, okay, the federal sector, okay. Okay, with that, I'll just leave, I'm gonna treat each item separately, so I agree with OLA with that, and then we'll talk at a future date to not muddle things up too much about whatever else we need to focus on the state, so I'm okay with participating with the other entities. I second the motion.
It's already seconded.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Fine.
Mr. Arguello.
Yeah, here's the thing. We're spending more. We have 4 lobbyists for the school district. 4 lobbyists. We have Doug Bruce. We have Rutledge. We don't have Doug Bruce anymore?
Doug Bruce was the OLA education specialist, and he's not under contract with the chamber for OLA anymore.
Okay, so who is the new one?
Jeff Hartley was a part of the team, and so he will be concentrating on the OLA after.
Okay, so then we have 3, so then we have 3 lobbyists. We have OLA, we have Macy Island, and then we have Rutledge, right? So, I mean, to say that these are redundant is incredibly polite on behalf of Mr. Melendez. These are more than redundant. These are, maybe, perhaps not this one, but we have contracts which are purely political favors, okay? Purely, nothing more than political favors, in my opinion. We have a contract for somebody else for 60 grand. Our portion here is 60 grand. It's not, I mean, this theoretically is not a bad idea, but when we're spending $60,000 to lobbyists, which is more than we pay our teachers, I have not received one single email from any of our lobbyists. I have not received a single email from any of our lobbyists. So, what?
I received a report today, end of year, from Macy Island. I just haven't had a chance to forward it to the board.
So
but I will
one
get that
email.
to you tomorrow.
Have you read that contract with Macy Island, Macy Island's contract? Macy Island has a whole bunch of things that they're supposed to be doing, none of which they've complied with. I know Macy Island is a special case. They don't have to comply with their contract at this school district. I understand that. But what responsibilities do they have? Because I have not heard anything from OLA either.
Last year, we didn't end up paying for OLA.
So now we're gonna
services.
re-up for OLA.
That is the recommendation.
So why do we need 3 lobbying firms?
That is entirely up to the board, Mr.
I know, but
Chairman.
it's your recommendation.
I do believe there is value in OLA because of the partnerships and the intergovernmental collaboration.
So then why do we need Macy Island?
Sir, that is not up to me.
I know it's not up to you, Dr. Pace. I'm asking you, it's here already. We have them, right? So I'm asking, you're the superintendent, I'm asking you why we would need 3. So if I were the superintendent, for example, and I was making the recommendation to my board, I would be saying, we should go with OLA instead of Macy Island. Or we're gonna have 3, we should consider doing X, Y, and Z. But we're only adding to that. At this board, we only add to the pot, right? Consultants only come and they come in, they get their hand out, right? So never, I haven't seen yet somebody come and say, you know what? This person hasn't complied with their contract, we're gonna cut them loose. It's always, hey, we have a new person here who's gonna come in and take more money from the school district. So I would like the answer to the question of why we need 3 lobbyists in this district.
Mr. Greger, that is a board decision. The board determines lobby priorities and how you want lobbying to be operated.
So do you think we need 3 lobbyists?
The 3 lobby teams do different things, but they all work together to help achieve the board's mission and priorities.
Do you think we need these 3 lobbyists?
Sir, it doesn't matter what I think, and I'm not going to offer an opinion at this particular point in time. I do believe.
Aren't you
that
the
OLA has
CEO of
not-
our school district?
Yes, sir, I am. And you are the policymaker.
Yes, ma'am. I understand my role. So I'm asking now our CEO if she believes we need 3 lobbying firms to represent the school district.
I believe the 3 teams do something a little bit different, but they have all brought value by working together.
Could we survive with one?
We could survive with none, sir.
So we need three, but you're not willing to say that we need three.
Okay, Mr.
So
Guerrero.
I'm sorry,
the
this is my
item-
line of questioning. It's
The item
me
on the
questioning.
agenda is about Olay, and I'm gonna ask you that we focus on that. If you have
Okay.
other questions.
So we need
those items
Olay in
come on the
addition to
agenda.
2 additional lobbying firms.
I believe Olay has value, or I wouldn't have put the recommendation on the agenda.
Well, these lobbying firms, it's clear to me, right? Again, if it were me and I were reporting to my board and I'm making a recommendation, I know that I would bring something to my board and I would be able to say, I full-heartedly believe in this. I think that you should approve it. It's gonna help these 8,000 employees. It's gonna help these 70,000 kids. And if you can't say that, then you should at least say, you know what? This is what we've been doing for years, so go at it. Because that's what you're saying essentially.
I have said on the record today that I believe.
That's all I have,
Olay
Madam
has-
Chair.
There was an issue before I was on the board, and maybe Dr. Pace or Sarah or Rhonda can, it dealt with the expansion of Michigan Avenue. The state was going to step in and say we could not spend our monies until the schools were at capacity, or we were busting at the seams. And then our lobbyist group, and I don't know who was responsible, which one of the lobbyists, am I speaking correctly? They stepped in. If it weren't for our lobbying group lobbying for us, Michigan Avenue would probably have not been able to have that expansion.
There was statutory language that was changed as a result of our lobby teams working together that allows school districts to spend local generated dollars like impact fees and sales tax collections for specific projects without it necessarily complying with the fish requirements.
I just remember that was before I was on the board when I was doing homework, but that's what just came to mind. So I don't know who was responsible for that particular, I don't know if it was a combined effort, I don't know, so maybe.
Yeah, this is the value of lobbying, but I just don't think it needs to be three.
Okay, one more comment, and then I think we can call the question.
So, that statement kind of exemplifies the problem here. There's 5 elected officials, one who never reports to his job, but there's 5 elected officials here in the school board. None of us could have gone to our local legislative team to go and lobby for the same thing that we needed 3 firms to do, 2 at $60,000 a year. Here's the thing, I don't have the relationship with them, but the 4 of you certainly have relationships with them. You guys could have gone to any of those elected officials and say, hey, so-and-so, can you please, listen, this is our situation here. Any of you have their phone number on speed dial. Even I have their numbers. All of you guys could have done the same thing. The question is whether or not you're willing, okay, to actually do the job that's required here. And so we don't need to spend $180,000 or $120,000 a year in lobbying. We don't need it. We don't need it. It's clear. The community knows that this is not needed. Okay, it's just a matter of whether or not you're going to be honest with the community and tell them, you know what, break these contracts up, give it back to the teachers or to the students, because it definitely doesn't deserve to be spent this way.
Well, I have actually participated in some lobbying with Olay. I've gone to Tallahassee with them as well as with the other entities to lobby and to talk to our legislators about the issues. So I do certainly see value in it. I've participated. You may not have been able to because of COVID, because we were not able to in the past few years, but I have certainly participated in that. And with that, I'm going to call the question. I have a motion and a second. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign?
Aye.
Thank you. And we will move on to public comments.
Yeah, or do you want to just take a restroom break for everyone?
We need a restroom break. Everybody's like, yes. Okay, we'll kind of recess the meeting. 5 minutes. Yes, it looks like.
Ms. Castillo had to go back for an emergency, so I'm gonna take over for right now. So we have everyone knows the process, go through it. You got 3 minutes to speak, and let's just be respectful of each other. You know, let's allow everyone to be able to address the board. Yeah, allow everyone to address the board. It's gonna be 3 minutes. Let's just please be cordial and respectful of everybody's opinion, because everybody's opinion matters, okay? So with,
You get in front of one.
oh, I'm sorry, because I'm sitting in my, let me sit in Terry's seat, that's probably why. I'm not in front of Mike. There we go. All right. We're in the public comment section. We have Jennifer Arguello, you're recognized.
Good evening, Jennifer Arguello, 2630 Chatham Circle, Kissimmee, Florida, 34746. I'm here to speak on a couple issues. Number one being the book review committee. I just wanted to let the community know that over the past couple months, I served on the book review committee, and I wanted the community to know that I think that it was basically full of BS. It was full of the district employees. There was about less than 20 of us, and I was the only one that was a representative of the community, a parent, not from the school district. So everybody was media specialists or simply worked for the district. The people that put the books in the media centers in our schools were the ones reviewing them. That made absolutely no sense. No invite went out to the community to involve the parents that were the ones that were concerned. So they essentially only had my voice, and my voice wasn't enough against 15. There wasn't honesty or accountability, which would have been to invite the parents. That would have been the right thing to do. Also, the default access, I noticed in your update, says everybody is allowed everything. I think the default access needs to be the opposite, no access whatsoever, because still a lot of parents don't know what is in our schools. And so therefore, the kids should be restricted until the parents can allow them access, and they need to ask their parents for that access. So I would like to ask the board to change that. Number two, a couple of things I live in District 1, and I received mailers from the current school board member, which unfortunately left. And I've read through these, and my opinion is most of these things are false. Because for the past year, I have witnessed her and all of you here, and I have to say that I don't agree with the things that she's saying here. That she has, she says she's uniting parents, teachers, and students. Well, that's not the case. She's actually causing a divide, as most of you are, between parents and teachers and students. So, like the attacks on M4L, you guys are not advocating for students. You guys aren't providing a quality education for our students. They are learning different languages. They're learning SEL and transgender ideology, which is detrimental both physically and mental to them. So, and then you guys are spending over $6 million on mental health. You know, so what made you guys doctors? My child was born healthy. My child was born healthy. All three of them came out of the womb healthy. They went to school at 4 years old. That's the age that we entrust them to the school district. And they are healthy. Stop saying that our kids need mental health issues. You know, they need all these counselors, that they thrive. You know, Ms. Castillo says they thrive and they need, relationships with counselors. Well, that's BS. The only relationship that my child needs is with me. Other than that, I'm going to advocate for them on their behalf. So she's not advocating for the parents. She's not speaking for me, parental rights. Nobody's defending the parental rights bill here. Nobody's defending even the teachers. The teachers want to teach. They love to teach. They love the students. Let them do that. Stop pushing SEL.
Next up is Vanessa Bryant, and I'll just let you know again too, is when your time is up, I'll kind of go up there. I'm not going to cut you off right there, but at least finish your last sentence and I continue. Okay, I forgot to mention that at the beginning.
I'm Vanessa Bryant, 5954 Alligator Lakeshore West, St. Cloud. I'm like the bad penny, I guess, that comes to the top of the jar, because I'm back about the books again, and no, I never met with anybody. That's been on my mind since over a year ago, and they're still there, and I realize there's a system in place, but after we read the filth in here, That got the attention. The meetings before the filth was read out loud and the board was, room was packed that night. Then all of a sudden, people got concerned. And a couple of you board members, I'm not going to call you out, I never heard of that at the next meeting. I was absent, but I was watching. And when I saw you say that it's the first you ever heard of it, that was a lie. I don't believe in saying it was misinformation. It was a lie. My pastor was watching that. He said, "What is going on? We presented the filth. It's still in our schools. Why is it necessary to leave it there for somebody to choose?" I'm telling you that I am an educator. I'm a retired educator, but I educated by teaching, not by allowing filth, not by letting it in the libraries. I went into libraries, I went to the book fairs, and I went to my principal and said, "If I were your daughter, would you want your son, boyfriend, reading that to me? Would you want?" No. I said, "Then get it out of the library and the book fair." Why are we doing that? That was years ago. But this is what I'm telling you. It needs to be gone, Dr. Pace. They don't even need to be in their library. That's not education. And we found over 800 books. 4 were looked at. And she's right. I know some of those people on that committee. And they're good people. But they're not going to go against the district. They're not going to go look through 800 books. We took the time to do it. And I said, I'm not letting it go. I've got somebody looking into this. If you read that, I talked to a child sex officer.
Ms. Bryant, may I ask, I'm the chair now, can I ask you a question on
Yes.
that? Are you saying that while they're in the curriculum review committee, they didn't pull it? Because it's my understanding, Dr. Pace, that when it's in the curriculum review committee, that the book gets pulled until the outcome.
No, the library committee. The library committee.
Oh, okay, do you mind, I'm giving you a couple extra time, I'm gonna let you speak over because I interrupted you, but let me get some questions from the answers from Dr. Pace. Is the question,
4 books were removed and pulled in so that the book committee could review them, the challenge committee.
correct? And then what was the outcome? Is the outcome done yet, or did they come back and say?
I believe they were having one of their last meetings to finalize the decisions, but then also they wanted to bring back a recommendation to change the formatting or the form or the process. And so Michelle was leading them through that before we bring back the recommendation to the board, because the board will make the ultimate decision.
Okay, but while that process is in place,
The books were pulled.
the books are pulled. So I just want to make that clear, that, so.
Okay.
We pull the books, so those books are not in question. There is a process, and they're pulled. And so once the outcome comes out, then I guess the outcome is that a recommendation to the board, right? So the board then can make our decision as to whether or not that's a binding or not binding. So if the committee makes a recommendation that the book should stay, but if the school board reviews it, we can override that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and at that point, we can get there, Ms. Bryant, okay?
Okay.
So you're allocated about an additional 42 seconds because we'll stop.
Well, I'm just going to take this 42 seconds. I did talk to somebody who used to work in the child sex crimes unit, and I read some of that stuff to them, and they said if you were on the street and you did that, you would go to jail. So here's all I'm telling you. The books need gone. We're not trying to ban books. If you want to read that filth to your kids or you want to provide it, go outside, get it off the school district. Get it off our property. It doesn't belong. You can't give me, none of you sitting there can give me a good educational reason why those books are there. Why are they? What are they teaching you? And it's not about free speech. I'm really over this, okay, and I'm trying to be respectful, but some of you are just rolling over. I don't know why.
Your time is up now, Ms. Bryant, okay? And so just so that, at least from my position as a board member, I'm going to reserve judgment on that until they make the recommendation. So I'm not going to jump that recommendation. But right now, just for everyone to bear with it, it is not on the shelf. So it's not in children's hands to read. So once the recommendation.
Only 4.
Yeah, well, those are only 4 that's gone through the process. So, okay, next one, Luis Rivera.
There's more than 800 that we've looked at.
Okay, Luis Rivera.
restart it, sorry.
I'll just give you a couple extra
Okay.
seconds. I'll let you know. Just let the time.
Louis Rivera, 3078 Point Place Avenue, Kissimmee. So disappointing to be here again. I was told that open comment of this meeting is just that, open comment. You don't have to entertain any of us who speak, and when we speak, some of you take off your glasses, sit back and relax. That is the problem. You're here without listening. I wrote this speech weeks ago, and I bet some of you are probably not even taking notes. It's amazing that my HOA has done more in community meetings than you guys have done in the district, and they don't get paid. At the HOA meeting, at least they follow up and address every concern. No matter how personal or informative, you don't take notes, and that says a lot about leadership and not even taking notes. Mr. Boyd comes out here and reads new policies and regulations all the time. You never share those with parents or students. May 2019, a board member, after a dozen kids brilliantly spoke their beliefs, and I'm paraphrasing, this board member said, if you had taken the time to listen to our workshop earlier today, some of your questions might have been answered. That's in reference to students missing information discussed at an earlier workshop. Are you kidding me? No one has time to watch 4-hour meetings, and every time you're not transparent with parents, you're abusing your power. You hold meetings on Tuesdays when parents are working and students are still at school. The teachers are so scared to talk, so scared to do anything, that when students play with water guns in a parking lot, teachers don't know what to do. I've asked teachers what's the rule for toy guns at school. Many of them declined to answer because they didn't know. You don't care to update parents when there's a lockdown happening at a nearby school. You do not share when a safety drill is completed. An SRO slams a student to the ground at a school. You have yet to update parents on the results on that. September 2018, an attempted abduction at a school, I've told you before, was announced to students but not to parents. June 2019, a parent poured their heart out and pleaded for your assistance, and you ignored them. November 2019, a student tried to perform a solo concert. No dean, principal, teacher, or district employee had the courage to ask a parent with a non-stop crying baby to leave or go to the back of auditorium. December 2021, teachers continue to come here, speak anonymously because they're scared. I don't know why that doesn't concern you. In 2022, you guys made changes on reporting abuse, but said that information would be shared with parents over the fall. Did students not go to school over summer? In August 2021, an impressive 3,800 views on your YouTube video. You have 65,000 students, over 7,000 teachers, and many more administrators. That's 5% watching this. So tell me again how you're getting the information out to parents and students. I never say never, but I don't plan to come back here and speak again, because anytime I do, you guys never address any of the concerns. Thank you.
Is the microphone on? Okay, Mr. Aguirre, you're recognized. Did you have a comment?
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
sorry, I hit that button.
I haven't used this before, so I don't know how.
No, it's all right, it's all good.
Okay.
So, it was in regards to the speaker prior. So, regarding the books, these books, the 4 books that were chosen random from the selection, from what I understand. Okay, so how were they chosen? They weren't the only books, certainly, that were mentioned at these meetings or anywhere else.
Well, I can tell you that when we were at a meeting and we were told there were 800 books, right after that meeting, I asked one of the representatives, could I have a list of the 800? They wanted to give it to the superintendent. I was told they had to think about it.
Okay.
I don't have the 800 list. My understanding is the 4 were the ones where people actually filed to raise the issue of removing the 4. Am I wrong? That's what I understood the process called for.
This board asked us to review those 4.
Now, if there's 800 books,
Okay,
they
hold
simply need to file them and
Hold on,
challenge.
Frank, hold on, Frank. So here's the thing, I don't remember the board asking you to review those 4 books. Certainly, there would have been more, and I would have remembered the discussion because it would have been quite lengthier than 4 books. So that process, okay, I just want to make it clear, is a complete and total, it's a, you have, how many members are on that committee?
Mr. Aguero, for the expediency of time, I'll let her answer that question. And, but we have board member comments, just because we have more questions there, so I don't want to.
So let's just answer the question then and ask, let me know, how many people are on that committee?
I will send specific information to the board tomorrow, once I've had an opportunity to confirm it with Ms. Jarrett.
Okay, so we don't know then. Okay, so then I'll save my comments for the end.
Yes, and I'll acknowledge you during board member comments
All
to
right,
say the
thanks.
rest. Mr. Greg Garris?
Greg Garris, 3203 Lake Carey Drive, St. Cloud, Florida. I am a 7th grade early U.S. history teacher at St. Cloud Middle School, and I proudly serve there for one of the best administrative teams in Osceola County. So, before I get going with I just wanted to comment and say, we always have found a way. And I said to Dr. Pace when she asked me about having limits on our copies, we always find a way. We're educators. We shift when we need to. We work as a learning community, and we find a way to provide for our students what they need. There is a set pot of money that these administrators get. And if it's a choice that my administrator has made to have us limited on copies so that we have money for substitutes, so that we don't have to split classes, then I trust Mrs. Harrell to make those kind of decisions. They've hired the right woman to be the head of that school. And I don't doubt that the other administrators always have their students' best interest at heart. Now, what I want to talk to you about is my summer. There's a lot of smart people up here, by the way. And I'm really excited to go back. But I have to tell you, my summer, I spent at the National Education Association's Representative Assembly. We finally got back together face-to-face with a virtual option for people. Some 4,000 educators all converged in Chicago. I've gone to these conferences before. I also attended the American Federation of Teachers in Boston. I love this. This fills my emotional bucket, and I'm ready to go. I can't wait to get to school tomorrow, but I gotta tell you, things have changed. We have a perception problem here in Florida. It's a Florida issue, y'all. And the issue is, I used to tell people when I'd meet them in line, you know I've never met a stranger. If you know me, you know that. I'd talk to people in line, where are you from? Oh, wow. We'd share stuff. And it used to be, wow, you teach in Florida, it must be great to teach in all of that sunshine. And I used to tell them, it's not only just that, it's I get such a diversity of students, and it's so enjoyable. And now you tell someone you teach in Florida, and it's, oh, I'm so sorry. That's the perception of this, of education, of public education in the state of Florida. And it does not help when people raise the temperature and question us educators. Dr. Pace, I want to personally thank you for the letter that you wrote to the Osceola News-Gazette. You guys, it's no wonder that she was an English teacher. Beautifully crafted letter. Thank you. From the bottom of the teachers' hearts, I want to thank you. But I also challenge the rest of the people up there. Where were your responses to that?
Okay, time is up. Ms. Paula Clark?
Okay, I'm used to speaking in front of students. My name is Paula Clark. I'm in 1881 Acorn Place, Kissimmee, Florida. Good evening, Dr. Pace and school board members. I began my teaching career 36 years ago this month in Osceola County at Thacker Avenue Elementary School as a kindergarten teacher. Little did I know, 2 years later, I would be part of a program that became part of our PE program in Osceola County. Kindergarten swim program and expanded to first grade throughout the county. I am here to give background of this program because most of the people who started with me are now retired. I will be retiring at the end of this year. This is a program that I am passionate about that my colleagues and I started. This is the background. We love teaching kindergarten. I was there 16 years with my colleagues. But that second year, the third year I was teaching, Mrs. Briner had a classroom of students, and of course, one of the students invited all the classmates to a birthday party at the lakefront, and all the students were so excited. Sorry, I'm trying to read what I wrote so I remember. And 5-year-olds love birthday parties, especially one of our students, Amelia, cute little curly-haired girl with glasses. I'll never forget her, because we considered all those students all of ours, not just our class students. Unfortunately, we know water and kids are like magnets. Somehow Amelia wandered and drowned in the lake with all her classmates there. That Monday was the worst Monday ever to walk into Thacker Avenue Elementary School. And for Miss Briner that whole year, and those kids to miss that child and the parents, and we were all at the funeral. It was the worst thing I had ever seen. So our PE teacher, Mary Bloomberg, started a program, and she came to us and said, would you guys all be interested in getting the training so we can start this program so this never happens to one of our elementary students again? And we are all on board. We even got Red Cross training, got in the water. It was awesome that we started this program. Unfortunately, we did lose a student, but it came out for something good. Our PE teacher, Mary Bloomberg, was a leader to help with this, and it wasn't just about teaching the kids to swim. We taught water safety. Before we even entered the water, we told them, you never swim alone. You must be with someone over 18. We taught them rescue breathing. We taught them how, if somebody fell in the pool and they panicked, you took a tube or you took a pole and you said, relax, calm down, grab the pole, we'll pull you in. We taught them those skills, not just swim skills. And we had a parent come to us and say 2 years later, you saved my 2-year-old's life because my 6-year-old saved her sister. I walked away for a minute to the garden, the 2-year-old fell in the pool, the child knew what to do, pulled her sister out. So it was a successful program. And I know because of COVID, we had to stop.
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up, but,
Okay.
but do not leave. Mr. Arguello has a question and I have a follow-up, so
Yes.
that way, Mr. Arguello.
I'm sorry, here's the thing, you're not the only person that has reached out for this. I've had several teachers reach out to me to actually start that program again. I think that it's been 2 meetings now where I've actually mentioned it, and not a word. So it would be nice if you would take these requests seriously. If I'm telling you that the community is saying it, it's not me. So if, like Mr. Kroppenbacher was just saying recently, hey, no matter how you feel about so-and-so, change the chair. Well, no matter how you feel about me, I'm a school board member elected by the people of Osceola County. And so it would be nice if that somebody wouldn't have to come to the podium and actually, and you're not the person who's reached out to me, I don't think, right?
Well, I just feel like we needed background. I don't think everybody knows why the swim program was started. And I think if they knew, they wouldn't be so opposed for it. Because even on Facebook, I've had parents say, because PE teachers have posted it on Facebook to bring it back, and my son's actually a PE teacher in the district. It's his 6th year, and he would like it
I haven't
back.
been following it that closely, Ms. Clark. Did you request your school to have a swim program and they did deny you?
No, we don't have it because the whole school district shut it down.
Oh.
Because
Okay, okay,
of
okay,
COVID.
okay.
Because of COVID.
Okay.
We want it back because this has gone on until COVID happened, and then it was
Okay.
discontinued, and now it doesn't seem like it's coming back. So I'm just
So-
asking, can we think about bringing it back
Okay,
for the
we
safety of their
acknowledge you, Ms.
kids?
Clark, and I'll go ahead and I'm gonna ask the superintendent now, so
Yeah.
that'll be
Thank
the
you,
last
Ms. Clark,
question.
very
Can
much
I
for
just say
coming
one
in.
more thing? We need to think about the parents who don't know how to swim, the parents who working 2 jobs that don't have time to teach the kids swimming, as well as our fit kids and our homeless kids.
And so,
Thank you.
Dr. Pace, understand COVID. Is there an issue with staff being trained to teach it, or just please enlighten the board on what the district's position is?
Mr. Arguello, I did not ignore your request. I've talked about it with our district athletic coordinator, Mr. Adams, who was responsible for organizing the swim program, as well as with Dr. Reyes and other members of our elementary team, because the burden really fell on our kindergarten and first grade teachers. But it also involved making sure that we were able to have pool space. So we used the St. Cloud pool, we used the Kissimmee Y, and we used the pool on Denjon, as well as now you would have the Poinciana pool available. But the challenge is organizing the transportation to and from the pool for all of our kindergarten and first grade students. Typically, I believe we did first grade in the fall and kindergarten in the spring. Correct. And so it was something I was waiting to be able to have a discussion as a part of our strategic planning process with the whole board, because so far I've heard from one board member, not the majority of the board, in terms of looking into the situation. So the question is logistics, cost, and all of our teachers and staff members who are going to be a part of the program would have to be completely retrained, because it's been 2 years since we've had the Red Cross training and certification process. And, you know, it's quite a lot for the district to manage. I've heard the board say we shouldn't take on everything. We should concentrate on our academic achievement and proficiency. So it just is something that we need for a whole board discussion. What I will do is to bring back some actual costs, but I'm also concerned about our buses, because we are now on that triple-tiered system, and you don't have the time during the day, the gap large enough between the end of the third tier and the start of the first tier in the afternoon to necessarily get the kids to and from the pool all over the community. But I'm certainly to do it in more detail follow-up.
Yeah, because
If that's what the majority of the board want me to do.
I think, and I'm going to hear Mr. Bass real quick, because I do value your opinion as well, because that would constitute the majority, at least here. How do we do it before? Because if we're doing it before, like, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. You know what I mean? Like, were there concerns before? Or?
A, we had staff already trained. B, we didn't have as many schools or as many students. And so it was a little easier to schedule the logistics of transportation and usage of the pool.
Okay, and I'll talk during a strategic planning meeting, because I mentioned this before a long time ago with Mr. Adams about we need more pools, period. I mean, we have sporting events and things like that. I mean, I think one of our high schools, that we should build a school in the high school, and we talked about maybe collaborating with the county, because when we get these land deals dedicated to us, when they have a new development, they also have 3 to 5 acres for parks and recreation. And so I was thinking about maybe negotiating with the county, when we get our school, can the school and the county put our land together? And can they build the pool, or I don't know, that's too long, I don't want to get into that, maybe we can talk about that as a later discussion. But Mr. Bass, I'm curious to see what your opinion is.
I'm all in favor. If it's going to help keep the kids safe, if it worked before, we had it in operation before. COVID shut it down. I mean, there may be some logistical problems, but I'd be willing to at least investigate it.
Correct. So I think that you have direction, Dr. Pace, to at least look into bringing it back up. And we understand that there might be logistical challenges, so we can't exactly hold you accountable to like a certain date that it needs to be up. But at least I think it's a worthy pursuit to make sure, because I think even in your strategic plan, you talk about the whole student. It wasn't just academics. They're like different, components of success, and keeping students safe, I think, is important. Okay, maybe we can even partner with the Red Cross or somebody to help do that. You know what I mean? There's nonprofit organizations. We don't have to take that burden on ourselves. We can allow third-party nonprofit organizations to kind of help us, fill that out.
I will look at it and bring back a couple of options.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pace. Tammy Tammy Fitzgibbon, you're recognized.
Tammy Fitzgibbon, I live in Kissimmee. I just wanted to read something I seen on Facebook from Harmony High School. It was a post. It said 2022 to 2023 lunch policy. Off-campus lunch passes are open to 10th, 11th, and 12th grade students with a qualifying GPA. I thought that was kind of discrimination, but okay. And then it said, food being delivered to the school will no longer be an option for students. This includes parent drop-offs, Uber Eats, DoorDash, pizza delivery, or any outside food vendors. I just want to say, I can see the vendors, the delivery guys, but I'd be damned if that school tells me that I can't bring a lunch to my child. Because I wouldn't listen. They don't have the right to tell me I can't go to school and give them a lunch. It goes on to say, I just want to go and tell the parents they better be keeping an eye on what their schools are feeding them, because last year's lunches were crap. And now they're getting charged $2.40 to get a lunch that is either burnt, mushy, hard as a rock. So
May
Like I
know-
said.
Can I ask you a question, Ms. Fitzgibbon?
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I haven't been the chair before, so I'm going to do that. Because you brought up a question, I'd like to address them as well. In that case, why were you giving them the lunch during the school day? Why not pack it them in the morning and they can go and not have to do it in the afternoon?
If that's an option, but if I wanted to bring my daughter, say Subway, before school, I should be able to go into that school and give her a lunch.
Okay.
You and the
Okay,
school,
okay, excuse me, staff, you can continue the time countdown. Just you answer
the
question.
school does not tell me that I can't go in there and not give my kid a lunch. Now, I can see vendors and delivery guys, and I can see the point on that, but no parents. And the parents better keep track of what you guys feed them at lunch, because last year it was ridiculous.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzgibbon. Dr. Pace, is there a reason for that policy? I mean, is there safety reasons for that?
I will follow up with Mr. Hickey through Dr. Evans and find out the parental piece. I do know that it was a violation of federal lunch guidelines to have things like Uber Eats delivered during the time that lunch is served in the cafeteria.
Correct, but specifically, I'm the chairman, I got this, okay? We're talking specifically the parent component. You know what I mean? 'Cause, you know, if there were some issues with that, we can address that, but a parent brought up a concern, and I just want to make sure that we're giving them good information as a response.
Absolutely.
The next one is Travion Telfar.
Good evening. Travion Telfair, 2120 Preston Lane. I want to give a huge shout out to Liberty High School athlete Demi Hilton, as she is going to the University of St. Mary. And I also want to congratulate Liberty on the approval for the $2.1 million for the new career technical academy at Liberty. That is a step in the right direction, and that is great to hear that they have that program in store. But I also want to talk about the upcoming school year, just to bring some awareness. It's important for this school year that there will not be a relapse of last school year and all the concerns of the students. How many times do you see graduated students like me come back to the school board who is dedicated to help students and, you know, bring awareness to their situations? And it's important that as school board members, it's time to get in the mud with the students, because as I always talk about, it's about the students at the end of the day. It's not about the agenda. We come here for the students and the students only. And it's important, like I said, as school board members and future school board members, that it's time to get in the mud. We can't keep sitting behind desks and not know what's going on in the campuses, because then you're just going to be looking like a butterfly in the sky, just flying around wandering. Get out those seats and go to your school district schools and get on that campus and get active. I'm glad John Arguello said it's time to get proactive. Let's get proactive and go on campuses and see what's going on. Because I'm pretty sure you don't want to see these parents here and come here and you guys like, I haven't heard of that. Well, as school board members, it's time to get on those campuses. And that's what needs to happen this year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jamalis Rodriguez. I'm sorry. If that's a student, please do not identify your address for the record. Just speak. Just in case. I believe you are a student.
So am I allowed to say my school's name?
Yes, you're allowed to say
Okay,
it.
so my name is Julius Garcia
Just don't
Rodriguez.
address.
I'm going to be a 12th grader senior at Osceola High School. I've been there for 3 years now. My first year at Osceola High School was online, and this is going to be my second year in person. I'm a part of the AFJROTC program, and I am the group commander. I want to thank you all for allowing me to come up and talk about our program. The Osceola School District mission, as it is posted outside, is that it's inspiring all learners to reach their highest potential as responsible, productive citizens. This mission is related to the Air Force JROTC mission, which is developing citizens of character dedicated to serving their nation and community. Throughout the year, we host many events that allow cadets to gain leadership experiences and to give back to the community. In 2022, we accomplished this by completing more than 375 leadership development events, totaling over more than 2,883 leadership development hours as a cadet corps. We averaged 28 leadership hours per cadet. While we were getting this leadership experience, the Cadet Corps also executed more than 301 community service events, totaling more than 2,563 community service hours by the Cadet Corps. We average an amazing 25 hours per cadets, which is more than double the Cadet Community Service National Air Force Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps average. This places our Osceola High School AFJROTC in the top 100 AFJROTC units out of 870 AFJROTC units worldwide. Thank you.
We still got a minute. Colonel Latour, you're recognized.
Mr. Melendez, can I just say one thing?
Yes, sir.
I had a chance, I had a chance to talk with that young lady after the last meeting, and I know you sit on the committee to select for military academies. That is one person you should really look at. She's superb.
Right. And that's something, Colonel, I would like to mention to you as well. You know, I do sit on the Air Force Nomination Academy Board for Congressman Soto. And that's one thing we would like to do, because by the time somebody's a senior and applies to the academy, it's almost too late, because we're reviewing their entire high school career. So maybe the district, well, I'm actually asking you, I should probably tell my superintendent, I'm sorry. Maybe that was improper of me, I'm sorry, Colonel, just because I know you have that experience. But we should have like some kind of ninth grade orientation that says, hey, if you ever want to be a part of the service academy, I know that's kind of early for someone that young to know, but the reality is, if somebody talks to them for the first time to apply to a service academy, by the time they're junior year, it's too late. Because I'm fighting like the best of the best when I'm reading these interviews. So if people want to know what's to get into the academy, maybe we can have something pushed through the ROTC programs and identifying kids and saying, hey, you're a potential superstar, you know, get your life together straight now, because by the time you hit me, it's going to be too late to do anything in your junior, senior year.
Mr. Cook is right back there in the back, and so that is something that we can build into our Zello platform. And then I'll also work through Mr. Adams, who works directly to support our ROTC programs.
Awesome.
Let's
Colonel.
just make sure that they get the Army application to West Point first, then the Air Force application.
Colonel, you're recognized.
David Latour, 2126 Continental Street in St. Cloud, Florida. Osceola High School, Air Force Junior ROTC Senior Aerospace Science Instructor. It's a privilege to be back with you. I'm trying to continue my continuation of our 30-year anniversary. This is my third time up here in 3-minute blocks. It's hard to get all of a great school year in, but I appreciate your patience as we go through it. Sir, I'd like to thank you personally and Dr. Pace for our 2 Eagle Scout folks, our cadets, who were able to get their Eagle Scout programs done on Osceola School campus. That was huge for them and their family, and I just want to thank you both for your leadership and your support of it. I couldn't have asked for better. Also, I want to bring to the board's attention my appreciation for Mr. Bryant, who is my direct report. This year and every year, we get the opportunity to send up nominations to Air Force Junior ROTC for outstanding instructors. So this year I nominated retired Chief Master Sergeant Larry Schneck, who's my NCO, for Outstanding Instructor of the Year. And I'm pleased to report to you that he was selected as an Outstanding Instructor of the Year for 2022 for Air Force Junior ROTC. Very cool.
That's a national.
Don't clap a lot, I have a limited amount of time. Also, I want to thank you, Dr. Pace, for signing my application for Instructor of the Year. And I, too, was able to successfully gain an Outstanding Instructor of the Year for Air Force Junior ROTC, but not just at the Outstanding Instructor level. We then proceed to the next level, which is the regional level. There's 8 regions in Air Force Junior ROTC, and I'm pleased to report to you that I was selected as the regional, for Region 1, Outstanding Instructor of the Year for Air Force Junior ROTC, and regret to inform you I didn't make it as the overall. Now, 3 years from now, hopefully we'll have a chance to do that, but right now we've at least got it as far as we can, first benchmark. So thank you very much, I appreciate it. I also passed out to the board some copies of the News, the Osceola School Gazette, or Osceola News Gazette. Sometimes our cadets do great things, and thankfully we've had the opportunity for that Gazette to publish those. So we've got them out there. I know we're talking to them now about another article that they're going to do about our trip to MacDill Air Force Base and the cadets that got to fly on the KC-135 and actually witness an air refueling with a C-17. It's been a dream of mine for the 3 years that I've been here, and now that COVID's gotten a little bit behind us, we've successfully got them over to an Air Force base. And it is a joint base too, sir, because we have special operations over there, so we got to see Marine Corps, Army, Navy, all kinds, even foreign officers over there in their uniforms. So it was an outstanding opportunity. Cadet Garcia was there, and she got to be in the fire truck and see that opportunity that is available, not just pilots, but there's all kinds of career fields out there in the United States military, both the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. I want to thank you also very much for your attention and your time, and appreciate the great support you provide to our young men and women. Thank you.
Hey, Colonel, I have a question for you. We had the dual enrollment agreement with Embry-Riddle University, right? Are you guys teaching classes at Osceola High School for that program?
I'm very thankful that you asked me about that, sir. As a matter of fact, if I had had more time, I would continue, but now that you've opened the box, I will now answer. I'm privileged to let you know that today we got our simulator up and running 100%. I had the regional director with oversees Osceola County as well as some other ones there at our school today, helping us get it all trimmed up and ready to go. You're welcome to come on over and give it a once-over and get a flight in it, sir, and anybody else on this board or district that would like to come over and fly it, you're very welcome to come over. I'd like you to see it. It's a Gleim simulator that was donated by Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. It's about a $7,000 simulator. It has everything from the old six-pack to your Garmin 1000 for those of you who know a little bit about airplanes. And it also has instruction inside of it. And it's part of the software with Gleim, where a student can sit down there and actually gets taught and told to do different things as you're moving through it. As a matter of fact, I just got back from training at Embry-Riddle, where they have now new technology using AI and VR in order to expedite their training. They've cut 6 months out of the training process for private pilots by using this technology. It is amazing. They're about $25,000 a piece for the simulators, and it's a partial motion sim, not full motion, but it gets partial motion. And they also bring with it, what they do is they take a pilot up into the air, they put a 360-degree camera on the aircraft, and the pilot flies the pattern, and then the student can then fly the simulation seeing actual real-life landmarks, so that the student, the first time they're in the air, it's not the first time they've seen what it looks like on crosswind, downwind, or base to that final. And they're able to expedite and really move forward with their training and reduce risk and improve safety.
Okay, just two more comments real quick. Now, how many was the class capacity of that dual enrollment program? Is it like 10 students or 12 students? What's
Sir, the capacity could be up as high as probably 20. Right now, last year with our first class, we had 10. 33% of them completed the certification process, so we're very excited about that. This year, I have 14 students signed up for it. We're also contemplating the opportunity of doing an aviation club at Osceola High School on Friday afternoons. It will include not only ROTC, but we'd like to include those members of the campus that are outside of ROTC that are also interested in aviation as probably a lead-in to that dual enrollment program, sir.
We just want to track the progress, because we created it. I just wanted to see the demand, are students signing up, and are they succeeding in the program?
Thank you very much for your kindness. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Colonel. Chris Fontenot, you're recognized.
Congratulations.
Good evening. My name is Chris Fontenot, and I live in St. Cloud. I'm here tonight as a parent of a child that was enrolled at ACCA and found out last night that the school district made the decision to pull their funding 8 days before the start of the school year. The fact the school board was fighting so hard to close ACCA piqued my interest. In my experience, anything the school board opposes is something the community will benefit from. If the thought of sending your kids to a public school in Osceola County isn't your worst nightmare, it should be. The school board has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on panorama surveys to data mine students. In fact, the school board recently approved a contract with Illuminate Education for licenses to a platform called EduClimb. Panorama is also included in the district's $6 million mental health plan for 22-23. Schools are overcrowded, teachers are overworked and underpaid, morale is low. The district would rather spend over $1 million on contracts with New Teacher Center to train and develop new teachers instead of using that money to incentivize veteran teachers or develop a mentoring program. New Teacher Center receives funding from Mark Zuckerberg, Bill and Melinda Gates, Charles Schwab, and the Ballmer Group, who receives funding from several questionable sources, including a George Soros organization called Urban Institute. Principals and administrators are being trained on time management strategies, complements of a contract called National SAM Innovation Project, which is funded by the Wallace Foundation, which is also linked to the Urban Institute or George Soros. You've no doubt heard about the unaddressed and escalating bullying incidents. Research restorative justice in schools and cross-reference that with the district's disciplinary approach. Research ESSER funds, if you're not familiar. The feds are allocating more ESSER funds this year than the last 2 years combined, and it can only be used for certain issues that will further destroy the public education system. The current school board and the establishment-backed candidates will welcome ESSER and CARES money with open arms. The most important thing you can do is to vote August 23rd and tell everyone you know to do the same. The school board can reverse decisions, cancel contracts, including employment contracts with the superintendent. Speaking of which, I was looking at old school board meetings, and one in particular caught my eye from September 18th of 2018. It was the First Amendment to the superintendent's employment agreement, including a salary increase and bonus. I noticed the signature lines on the contract were the superintendent and then school board chairman, Ricky Booth, her first cousin. I'm not a lawyer, but it kind of sounds like nepotism to me. It kind of puts things into perspective. We need change. You all need to go, except for one, maybe two of you. And so do the candidates that you're endorsing. Thank you.
Mr. Mark Gotts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Gotts, founder of American Classical Charter Academy and also their business manager. It was one heck of a year at American Classical Charter Academy, and that from an academic year, we just knocked it out of the park. Our school, when the board threw out the previous management company, was rated 1 point above an F. And so we had a lot of work to do, and there was a lot of turmoil that went on during the summer and the first part of the school year. And consequently, we really didn't get into education until probably after Christmas. But lo and behold, our school ends up 1 point short of an A, which is an incredible move from an almost an F to almost an A. In fact, it was such an academic improvement, an increased academic improvement, that it was actually the third best in the state as far as academic achievement. Now, I've been up here before, and our third grade students, with their reading, which was the first score we got, they were third in the county. Since then, we've gotten obviously the balance of our scores. And of course, American Classical Charter Academy beat the district in all 9 cells that we meet. We also ended up about 8th in the district as far as the 8th best school in the district and the 4th best K-8 school. So now we have an administrative hearing judge that rules that you can go ahead and cancel our charter, which you have done. You have taken our funding, which closes up the school before the school year. Disappoints a lot of teachers, parents, students. Our teachers were ready to go. They did one heck of a job last year from an academic standpoint of educating students here in Osceola County. So that we are losing our charter, I would just like to do a shout out to those parents and teachers in the rest of this district. And that is that the charter school law allows conversion schools. And what a conversion school is when 50% of the parents and 50% of the teachers want to change out of the district into a charter school, they can do that through a conversion school. You will find that under 1002.33 of the Florida statute. So the only other way they can change this school district is to basically change the people who sit in those seats. And they have an opportunity to do that this year, as 3 seats are up for renewal. And you need to change all of those seats out, put people in who are concerned about academics, not about money. Because obviously when you close a school that has the quality education that American Classical Charter Academy has, the observation is that you're more into money than you are to education. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, here are my keys.
Okay, I've got something to say. Sir.
Mr. Gotts.
Something to say.
Mr. Gotts, Mr. Bass would like to address you, please.
I have spent time talking with some of the parents. Some of the parents are my friends that goes to your school. And I have nothing against your school, and I think your teachers and your academic success has proven itself. I get that. Operational side is a disaster. I mean, I read through the judge's order. I'm sure, and Frankie's going to be presenting a presentation, so I'm not going to go through every single one.
Right.
But when it comes to school grades, I have to defend the schools that are in your neighborhood, because some of the information you're saying is not true. It's just not true. But all I hear is, okay, your school tested 150 students, thereabouts. Hickory Tree has more than that in their 3rd grade class. And Hickory Tree alone scored higher in math than your school. Actually, looking at the 4 disciplines, ELA, Harmony and Narcoossee Elementary, Harmony and Narcoossee Elementary scored higher. In math, Harmony Community, Hickory Tree, Michigan Avenue, Narcoossee, St. Cloud, and Canoe Creek all scored higher. In science, Harmony Community, Narcoossee Elementary, and Canoe Creek all posted higher. Harmony Community was scored higher on every single, higher than your school. And I'm not bashing your school, because the scores are not that far apart. But when you stand up there and say you're looking at the county as a whole, you need to look at the schools that are going to be they're competing in your area. And I want to reach out to Allison Doe, Hickory Tree Elementary, Sandy Davenport with Harmony, Diane Nichols at Michigan Avenue, Scott Knoble at Narcoossee Elementary, Amy Flowers at St. Cloud Elementary, and David Noyes at Canoe Creek K-8. And I want to thank them for everything that they're doing to raise the level of education and student success.
I think that's great, because basically as a school board, you want to focus on education. To be closed because we don't have certified teachers.
No, you didn't get
And the other thing that she said was that we did not have ESE services for August and September of 2021. That's a pretty doggone high bar to meet to be thrown out.
All right, Mr. Gotts.
Yes, sir.
We do have, and I apologize, Mr.
Yeah, you have
Gotts.
more, if you have more people to speak, I'm done.
No,
what?
what's happened is, we actually have this item on the agenda, so.
Yes, I realize that. I mean, all you're going to do is agree with what the judge said, so I mean,
No.
it's,
Please let me finish, sir.
go ahead.
Mr. Arguello has comments, and I feel like this going to bubble up to something more. I have one more speaker on this.
Okay.
So, but I don't want you to go away. I want to finish the last speaker.
Don't.
And then come back, like, don't go away, stay here. You know, if
No, I
said anything
understand.
correct,
I understand.
apologize.
All right.
Don't go away, because we have one more speaker, and I want to
Right.
respect their time.
Okay.
Because we actually have it on the agenda.
Okay.
So when that agenda comes back up,
Right.
then I'll allow that debate, or not, I'll allow the discussion to continue at that time.
That would be fine. I appreciate that very
So
much.
please do not leave.
All right, thank
I'm
you.
pretty sure there's more comments. Is that okay with you, Mr. Arguello? Okay. Mr. Lara Allen, you're recognized. And you're the final speaker.
They're doing some great things in Osceola High with their yeah. So, Larry Allen, 722 Mabbitt. Good evening, everyone. And originally, I wanted to use my time tonight to highlight the positives. I wanted to try to refocus our attention on some of the positive things that are happening all over Osceola County, because we are bombarded with so much negativity day by day, hour by hour. And in my opinion, focusing on the negative tends to kill hope. So a few weeks ago, you published the pre-planning schedule, and it appeared to be in violation of our contract because teachers weren't given their 2 full days to work on their classrooms for their new students. And I was looking forward to coming in here tonight and proudly proclaiming that even though the initial schedule was really problematic, we were able to get your chief negotiator and my chief negotiator to sit down and work on a solution together, not as adversaries. And so for the first time in quite a while, it didn't feel contentious or dismissive. It felt like one group doing what they thought was best for our community. Did the union get everything they wanted? No. But we did improve the situation for a lot of people who otherwise would have been ignored. And I couldn't help but think to myself, all this could have been avoided if we had just sat down with each other before the schedule was seemingly set in stone. You know, I wonder if I'm just being naive or overly optimistic, because today I found out that the 2023-2024 academic calendar has already been published. And if that's true, and the calendar committee did not meet to discuss options and solutions that are born from different perspectives, then we have learned nothing. And we'll repeat the unnecessary stress and hard feelings that come about when people who actually make the plans happen are not included in the planning. One of the top 3 reasons educators leave the profession is a lack of respect. Not including educators in the planning of the academic calendar leads a reasonable person to believe that their opinion is not really valued, and it conveys a lack of respect. So I urge you to show your employees that they mean something more to you than just a number. Anyone can talk a good game about caring and family, but we all know action speaks so much louder than words. Thank you for your time.
Dr. Pace, okay, I have a question on that, because I like to address each person. Was the calendar already set? Like when you said, mention it for the 23-24 year without the calendar committee getting together?
Mr. Phelps, the 23-24 calendar.
I'd have to go back and see who all was on the committee, but the union was represented for both the current one and the 2023-24 calendar. Yes.
Okay, so, Mr. Marker, recognize?
No, I'll wait till.
Okay.
Start
Oh,
with
and there was one more. I lost one on a stack. Ms. Joanna Colonna, you recognize. I apologize for.
That's fine. Joanne Colonna, St. Cloud, Florida. First, I want to say, wow, a $1.8 billion budget and proposal. I think all these teachers that come here could get a little slice. This way they don't have to go into their pocket and put out for supplies. I think we could manage something like that. But I'm not going to stand here and bore you with the issues that have already been chosen to ignore. So today, I would like to tell you, to read to you a poem of a 15-year-old boy from Missouri. This is what he thinks of the school system. Now I sit me down in school, where praying is against the rule. For this great nation under God finds mention of him very odd. If scripture now the class recites, it violates the Bill of Rights. And any time my head I bow becomes a federal matter now. Our hair can be purple, orange, and green. That's no offense. It's a freedom scene. The law is specific. The law is precise. Prayers spoken aloud are a serious vice. For praying in public school might offend someone with no faith at all. In silence alone, we must meditate. God's name is prohibited by the state. We're allowed to cuss and dress like freaks and pierce our noses, tongues, and cheeks. They've outlawed guns, but first the Bible. To quote good book makes me liable. We can elect a pregnant senior queen and the unwed daddy to be the king. It's inappropriate to teach right from wrong. We're taught such judgments do not belong. We can get our condoms and our birth control, study witchcraft, vampires, and totem poles, but the 10 Commandments are not allowed. No word of God may reach this crowd. It scares me here, I must confess, when chaos reigns, the school a mess. So, Lord, in silent plea I make, should I be shot, my soul please take. This is out of the mouth of a 15-year-old. Isn't that sad? I hope the people that come and sit in these chairs represent our children better.
That concludes our public comment section of the meeting. At this time, Mr. Krumbacher, you're recognized for your attorney's report.
I think Mr. Arguello.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
He's going to speak specifically to the item 20.03, which is the charter school.
Couple of things. The state revised Section 106.113 of Florida statutes regarding the authority of a school board or public entity in involving an issue that's going to be on the ballot for any government in Florida. Let me sum it up real simple. You board members, as it relates to an issue on the ballot, have the complete right to give whatever opinions you want to give. The school district cannot spend money to send out information regarding this. The school district can prepare factual information that neither argues in favor or against and they can hold informational meetings where the factual information is reviewed. Beyond that, there can be no advocacy in the expenditure of dollars by this district, one way or the other, on any issue that goes on a ballot.
Now, is a brochure, just to be more specific, that's a lot of theory, is the school district allowed to say, this is what the money was spent on before in the last 20 years? And then, and they're allowed to say, okay, if it's renewed for another 20 years, this is what we plan to spend on it?
Yes, you can provide factual data. You cannot put it in a form, though, that would advocate.
Like,
Simply,
they
here's
just
what
say,
happened, and
don't
here's what
support it
we're
or don't
planning.
vote for it,
Exactly,
or just
but
say, this is
but
our
you can't
plan.
advocate in any way, for or against.
What is the purpose of this discussion, or what's the topic?
Well,
that we
because
would be
I've had,
advocating on behalf of?
well, no, I've had different board members ask me, and staff, what can or can't be done regarding the sales tax?
Right.
All right? And I've said,
Yeah, like a quick example, Mr. Arguello, I have a.
You would be answering it for me.
But just for the public too, because they may not have the same privy to the information that you have, Mr. Arguello, is, for instance, I know when the transportation tax was 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, the county spent $100,000 from their general revenue fund to promote the campaign. And so that's something I think that the legislature prohibits us to spend money to give to like a PAC or campaign.
they changed all the rules on that.
But what I think what you're saying is we're allowed to spend money on brochures or host informational
No.
items.
No. You
But
can't.
there are no
you
factual
can-
brochures?
No, you can prepare a fact sheet of data. That's it. When you talk brochures, it starts sounding like we're trying to
Brochure
convey
intent,
something,
yeah.
a positive statement. Dr. Pace, you're looking at me.
It was my understanding that you could put things, for example, on the website
Yes.
that had factual information. We could do presentations, like, for example, to our PTA committees or SAC committees or whatever, but we could not leave behind a flyer or a fact sheet that was paid for with district money.
Or advocate, because that's still an expenditure.
We can never, we never could advocate. We can only
Let
inform.
me say this again,
Presentation
real
and
simple.
advocation.
You can have public forums where you present factual data. Factual. Can't be colored one way or the other.
Right.
All right? Period. All right? You can have sheets that show the factual data. You can't send them out, you can't email them, et cetera. I have asked Dana to or communication, and Dr. Pace to specifically review with me anything that is being written. I looked at one and said, no, I think this would convey.
Is there a liaison from the State Department, or not
No.
the State Department, from the state of Florida? Like if we write something and that way they can say, hey,
No.
this is, because
We're all the districts, I mean, I can tell you, I've been on the phone with lots of other school board lawyers and the county attorney and that. Everybody's scratching their head in different interpretations. I think it's very clear what they said you can and can't do. And I'm not here to tell you that I'm going to try and interpret how to get around what their intention was. I think it's very clear, we need to follow it. And we can convey to the public what the facts are. We can put it on the website. We can hold public forums.
which state statute is it specifically?
This is Florida Statute 106.113.
106.113.
I'd like to see whatever materials we put together for this also.
Yeah, no, I think if the materials are going to be distributed, the board ought to get them first to see what they are, so that we're not having an argument over interpretation. Well, I think it advocates, I think it doesn't. Okay, and I think this is a very important issue, folks. We don't want to be the state's example. right?
Well, I mean, like, as you said, which I commend you, why try to get around the law? That's not the job. We're supposed to operate within the law. Don't try to get away with something.
And I will tell you, the staff's been very supportive of that and saying, okay, just guide us, all right? And I was on a call with other government lawyers in our area, and I said, guys, I'm telling you, I don't care to try and interpret how to move around this. It says what it says, and I'm going to advise you accordingly.
Dr. Pace, at the next board meeting, can you tell us like what the plan is? Like what our intent is? Do we plan to have, information sessions? Do we plan to, like, just what is it? Because it is pretty important. I voted against it because it was an unequal distribution of the funds, and I don't think it was using, a proper agreement, because there's supposed to be an interlocal agreement. So I'm against that completely. But at the same token, it voted, and it was a majority vote, and we could use the money. So, and then that was my issue too. I wasn't here, but that's when I spoke about it. Well, there is no plan. So, what is the plan? So, in that way, if you can come back to us and just let us know what that is.
I will. I'll have an information item for the board,
Okay, thank you.
and I will send you draft information ahead of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Farnberger?
I think Mr. Argo had another question on this.
Oh, on this item? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Number one, there's multiple opportunities for a bite at the apple in this. Right? It doesn't expire until 2025. We have an election coming up, right? Not to make this political, but that's certainly going to be the community speaking, right? We should, first of all, it's very clear that we should be putting this off until after that. If it does not make it to the ballot right now, we have until 2025. Providing that if there's a chance, if there's even a remote possibility that it passes now, if the allocations were changed to reflect a larger investment to the school district than the county, then certainly it would have an even better chance of being passed by the voters. So basically, what we're doing is we were trying to get around the law, it appears, right? Just a moment, maybe not, right?
No,
Okay,
we're
but
not.
We're not. Right? Thank God. Okay, but now we're going to get around the process and try to circumvent the process in which the community has the say. So I think that I understand the majority vote. It happens regardless. But it doesn't mean that you sell your vote just because the majority votes. The majority votes, that happens, good. That's great. Okay, the majority voted, we're going to do it. That's fine. But to now support it basically creates a situation where you might as well have voted about it. So you should have had the discussion, you should have voted for it. There's no point in now disagreeing. Here's the thing. Every board member should have sufficient respect for the community right now to go out and have that discussion with the community members and see what they say prior to voting on this or supporting this tax. That is a big deal. We don't know. Obviously, we have uncertain economic times ahead. So this is not something where you're like, oh, for the sake of my friendship with so-and-so, I'm going to vote yes or no on this. We really need to go back to the community and allow them to have their voice heard.
But the concern, though, Mr. Arguello, is that the community needs to make an informed decision.
That's right.
So I'm not talking about placing language on there that tries to sell it. An informed decision is saying that this is what we've done with the money, and this is what the plan is for the use of that money moving forward. So I think that's how come I don't understand that if factual information is what's allowed in the state statute, then I can't see why that can't be handed out. But a pre-approved to the board to make sure that the language in it doesn't, try to motivate someone to go either way. But for someone to have a factual information, I want the voters to make an informed decision and say, okay, what is the plan? Or does the district not even have a plan? Or is the plan just the district gets the money and go figure out what to do, and that's like its own thing? So that's what I'm challenging staff to say. If they really want this money, they can at least lay out how is the use of that money. So we can use language that's not, provocative one way or the other, but it can sit there and say, this is the planned use of that money. And that way people can make an informed decision on their own and say, okay, do I think that's a good use? And that's on them to make the determination. And that's why I don't think why the state statute wouldn't allow that. If the state statute said, you can provide factual information, why can't you print it out? It's not spending money to campaign for or against. It's just spending money to get the information out there.
You can print it up, you can't send it out. All right, so at a forum, you can present it. Okay. It's really an odd statute as you read through it.
Okay, I'll read through it later. I have my own attorney, but to me, I just have to double check. Okay, next item?
Yeah, the next item, will, at our next meeting, I rely on the staff to decide where it gets put, but I want to review in depth with you what everybody refers to as the Parent Bill of Rights, which are Florida statutes 1014.03 to .06, 1001.42. There are a lot of subcomponents. There are a lot of responsibilities in there. And I think the sooner this board, we talk about it and you all say this is where we are, et cetera, the better off it's going to be for everyone. And it's very important, I think, that we ultimately inform our parents of this in a proper way, that they understand it and there's no confusion on anybody's part.
Right. And my two questions are you going to have a draft policy?
We're
on the
going to
next
come, I'm
one?
going to come with the law, and here is a minimal policy that would comply. Now, one of the things the law indicates that everything is kind of like, on this issue, waiting till DOE comes up with some more rules, but I agree to this. There are some things we have to do. And it, candidly, if you really look at it, it's just a good way of having every district standardize where parents would know if you have an issue, here's how you go about resolving it.
Now, the policy can be used differently, because I know the commissioner called it a policy, but we have our own, depending on what word you use, because if it's a school board policy, do we have to have like public hearings and do all the whole thing? Or is it considered like an internal
No, you'd have to go,
policy?
you'd go
So
through
it
the
had to
public
be-
process and we'd get input. My advice in doing this is going to be simple, simple, simple. Easy, efficient, quick, where nobody's lost in the morass, and it'll work. My hope is that we never have an issue that needs anybody to look at it on the outside, but it lays out all the steps. So I'll take you through, you'll understand it a lot more.
Dr. Pace, Mr. Boyd isn't here, but usually when the state of Florida has updates, he has like some kind of software program or collaboration. They say, hey, these are the new adjustments.
He's going to be with me when we're doing it.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Oh, wait, Mr. Arguello, yes. Understand.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, maybe I didn't make this clear last time. I think that the impetus should be on the school board and the district to act when we receive these concerns on parental rights, not on the citizen. I know I kind of somewhat said that before, but if we're going to make a policy, the policy should be what is required of the district to act in response to these concerns, not the parent, because this is what I've seen here. What happens is, oh, well, here's what happens. This parent has to put on 2 left shoes, do a tap dance, walk through this door. No. Let them bring their concerns forward in any public way, which means they can come to this meeting, they send an email to the superintendent, they send an email to the
the best way to
principal.
operate is think this way. All of you, me, Dr. Pace, everybody who works for the district, if anybody verbally or otherwise tells you a child's being abused, we've got to pick up the phone and report it. And basically, we need to make it that simple if somebody's got a problem. Just wanted to thank Dr. Pace and your team. We had a training session for senior administrators. We're going to be having video done for all of our employees on Title IX. I brought in an expert on it, and it really was a great, productive meeting where they had a lot of engagement back and forth. And I want to thank you because I think that really helps us avoid the kind of issues some districts run into. Finally,
I think you went out of order, Mr. Barker. You did attorney comments. We have Old Hickory update and the Oxa easement.
yeah, I covered Old Hickory and Ocker in the work session.
Oh, in the work session,
Yeah,
okay.
the Old Hickory, just so the public knows, we have a piece of property which we didn't build a school on, and there's a reverter in it that says if we didn't build it, it goes back to the developer. The developer's corporation is out of business. As I analyzed it, I said, well, if you look at what the district did and the benefits the developer got, it really ought to default back to us as our property. So we're filing a declaratory action that basically, under the Florida law, you have to notify the former board of directors and find them. And so we'll be filing a deck action to ask the circuit court to say, it's our property. And then on the Oxer, that's the one where I talked about, we have a conservation easement that runs behind Tupperware in the Oxer School, all the way around to, I think it's Osceola Parkway, am I calling it right? Right.
Yes.
And South Florida Management said, who we gave the easement to, we don't care, but you file a condemnation to take it back. We really don't want to just vote to give it back. We're still talking with them about that. And the reason why this is important, I'll reiterate, subsequent to our acquiring the property, Tupperware decided to close a road because they felt it would be unsafe to have the public using the road, which means if we don't have this alternative access, buses are going to have to come out of Oxer, make a right on OBT, and go up and make a U-turn, which is not the safest or best approach for our students. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and then I think finally, the issue of American Classical Charter Academy. This was far more than an issue about money. If anybody reads the 65-page decision the judge entered after a 2.5-day effective hearing, I think Mr. Gotts continues, with all due respect, to try and put this in a vernacular or tell a story that is not the complete story. In fact, in one part of the decision, the judge found his response was not credible, it was disingenuous and self-serving. So I want to go through publicly for the benefit of everybody. First, he has said, both in writing, verbally, we had a citizen say it, that we stopped the funding. The reality is, when this order got in, we got told by the state of Florida we were not allowed to release any public dollars. It was a closed school. All right, so had we released those dollars, we would have had to repay the state. So it's not our choice, okay? Number two, if you read through the 65-page decision, the judge talks about there being basically no minutes or notices pursuant to law regarding board meetings, missing multiple things. She finds that, now understand, she finds violations of the contract that the charter school had with the sponsor of the district, and then she finds violations of Florida law by the school, all right? Financially, we learned during the hearing that the management company, Lakeview, is suing them for some $700,000+ because they were supplementing the budget because ACA didn't have the money. We also, so you all know, why did we react? Everybody's jumping on the district. They have a hearing scheduled a week after school starts for an eviction because no rent's been paid. So we're going to have kids enroll in school for a week. And if they're evicted, we got to completely disassemble and figure out how to help those kids. That's not how you plan for children's lives. Now let's go through significant issues that every parent in this room ought to be concerned about. Under Florida law and federal law, you're required to have a certified exceptional education teacher for ESE students, all right? They did not have those teachers teaching. In fact, the teacher who they said was the ESE teacher, the judge found credible and testified she was never able to teach because they dumped too much administrative work on her. So for all of this time, kids who are supposed to be getting these services aren't. And they're billing the state for ESE services, which you get more funding and you also get grant money from the feds. Right? Then we find out they have paraprofessionals teaching kids. Right? Of the 25 teachers, 10 are certified. I will tell you, having read all this, I question the validity of the scores, which I'll go into. But let me go on. Florida Safe School Assessment Test. All right? For schools, both the state and the judge found they weren't in compliance with it. That's the safety of students. Assessor training. Again, safety, they found the school wasn't in compliance with. Alyssa's law. All schools are required to have a mobile panic button. One of their former employees specifically testifies they asked over and over for the panic button. There was no panic button. Now, everybody can sit here and smirk and look at me. Look at the amount of schools that have been attacked in this country. There isn't a school that's fundamentally sound that's not considering student safety the highest priority there is. Not one. All right, Alyssa's law, the thing. She then goes on, the failure to properly deal with a bullied student who wanted to use a Hope Scholarship, for which we had to intervene when the parent came to us and order them to do what they had to do. Fortify Florida, another safety component required by the state, all right? It's a mobile suspicious activity thing. They're late in complying with that by over 6 months. The sprinkler system, she specifically finds, and their principal admitted to it, they had a outside fire sprinkler system inspection, which had multiple citations. Our students at that school were there for March, April, May, and June before it was addressed. All right. Now let's get to the grade levels. We keep hearing about the third grade. The judge finds it's great, 50% of your kids are doing well. But she points out, sure, educators go, wait a second, what about the other 50% who aren't doing well? All right? Surrounding public schools. In grades 6 through 8, they were lower. And in math scores for grades 3 through 8, they were lower than the surrounding public schools except for 4th grade. Right? So let's really tell the whole story here, and not just what we want people to be misled. Judge's comments, although student achievement is the main issue for consideration, the evidence does not establish that Ocker has outperformed other area public schools. Beyond the student achievement issue, which, by the way, we didn't raise those issues, all right, beyond the student achievement issue, the legislature gave additional reasons. The sponsor presented overwhelming evidence of Ocker's failure to abide by the terms of its contract and numerous violations of Florida statutes and rules. Now, Judge talks about the burden of proving this and the district overwhelmingly doing it. Points out everybody what's called a CAP is a corrective action plan. If a school is in trouble, they can propose a corrective action plan. Judge finds their proposed corrective action plan, the state said was not one, and finds that it was illegal because it asked the district in violation of Florida law to guarantee their debt, which by statute you specifically can't. Judge also finds the Florida Department of Education says there wasn't a cap. Mr. Gotts testified that he in fact got the letter from me that laid out exactly what the district wanted them to sit down and give us, and they never responded. The judge talks about Ocker's attempt to overplay its students' academic achievements as the basis to avoid the termination falls far short. Did not use that standard as the sole basis. The legislature provided the sponsoring school boards other valid and supportable reasons to terminate a charter. The school board has met those requirements. So I would say this to you. For those that think we were harsh, look at the parents of the kids who didn't get the education they were required to get. Look at the kids who were put at risk for months. This board did what it needed to do to protect those children, and then answer the question, if they were still in operation and evicted in a week, all of these kids, again, are disrupted, all right? They were contracted and obligated to have certified teachers. 25 teachers and only 10 were certified. This was about protecting children. And if you want to avoid that, you really are insensitive. And I commend the board for addressing the issue. We did not create this mess. We took the steps to protect children. It had nothing to do with money. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Arguello, you're I knew you were going to say something, so you're recognized.
So, here's the bottom line. Let's say no defense of Mr. Gotts or his board or whatever. Okay, fine. All the points you've made, taken, and understood. They are still in ELA proficiency 4 points above our district. In gainings, 12%, 12 points. In math proficiency, 13 points. In math gaining, 48 points. In science proficiency, 49 points. They may or may not have done as good as some of the other schools in surrounding areas. I get it. But they are still performing better than the bulk of our schools. There's no disputing that, just like there's no disputing what you said.
There is.
Hold on, Mr. Krumbacher, please. If that's the case, we haven't heard it. But here's, one of the parents gave me this sheet, and I'm looking at either these are the scores and these are the scores of the district, or they are not. Did we score 56% in ELA proficiency? Did we score 48% in ELA learning gains? If we did, then these numbers would be correct. But let me go to this. It's very easy to look at ACA and say, this is the situation, and so on and so forth. Certified teachers. We have had paraprofessionals teaching classes in our district. If we have had, talking about complete story here, if we were a charter school, we would have the exact same issues that ACA has. We would be closed as a district. If we were held, hold on, sir. If we were held to the same standards that ACA was, we would be closed, okay? Maybe we wouldn't have a sprinkler problem, okay? And there's only one reason that we remain open. It's because the government gives us more and more and more money every single year. They give us the same check, a little bit more, $1.8 billion, right, in which we can use. There's no dispute. If we were just judged on our grades, we would be closed. We would be closed, okay? We've had parents come up here and say that they were denied Hope scholarships. We had a woman here saying that she had 3 years of records and whatever, so on and so forth, and say that she was denied Hope scholarships, okay? I had a parent asking me for a Hope scholarship then, and I sent it directly to Dr. Pace. Dr. Pace sent it to someone else, I don't know, and that was squared away. But in days past, I bet you that parent would have had trouble getting that Hope scholarship. This is just about fair play, is what this is. It's about being held to the same standards that we're asking. I get it. The district doesn't like Mr. Gotts. I understand.
That's not true. You're trying to create a
Hold on,
rhetoric
Mr.
that's
Krumbacher. Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done. Hold on. So that's, to me, you're not going to change that perception. Maybe the judge is correct. I can only give her the benefit of the doubt and say the judge was correct on all of these things. But to say that Mr. Gotts is not disliked by the district, I find it very hard to believe. And here's why. Because if it were somebody else's school, Mr. Gotts had a different name in this county, they would have helped him. And you guys can say everything you want. It's absolutely true. We have schools in our district that are not performing as well as his is, as well as ACA is. Is that true or not true?
Tell me when I could. No, we do.
Okay,
Can I
hold on. I'm going to finish my statement.
Please don't interrupt me. John, you got like 3 more minutes.
Yeah,
please.
Mr. Chairman, when
No,
you have
you're not
when you have a
recognized.
chance.
You're not recognized, Mr. Gotts.
That's fine.
Mr.
So
Arguello, finish
here's
your
the thing.
thoughts.
We have problems that the community comes here every 2 weeks and speaks out about. We have, you want to talk about the safety of students, and we talk about protecting children. We can't even get the school district to take out pornography from our schools. We can't get the school district to take out some of the filth and some of these obscene materials from our schools. We put on a show of taking this stuff out. Okay? Here's the thing. I would just like to see the district not act like a bully, act like a partner to everyone here and be fair. And the fact is, this district absolutely acts like a bully with its teachers, acts like a bully with the community, except when you're embarrassed. If everything is public, well, then the district is going to do the right thing, because sure, now there's a big troublemaker who won't shut his mouth. So now if we're forced to do the right thing, we'll do the right thing. But if we're not, then if I weren't here, I guarantee you the school district will go right back to the way that it was. A parent can call 500 times, never get their issue resolved. Parents like the ones who have been here over and over and over again complaining about filth, they would be laughed out of this room. The parents would never get the results that they are expecting from this. We have a parental rights bill because of school districts like this. The whole reason that bill exists is because of school districts like this that ignore the will of the community, ignore the concerns of the parents, and don't act responsive in any way, shape, or form. And I can say that as a parent, as a community member, and it's not just this district, it's the whole apparatus of government in Osceola County, which is just a big sham, and it should bring shame to every person involved, and it brings shame upon this country, and it brings shame upon this community. And I just wish that you guys would get it squared away, okay, so that people can operate in a way that's fair, so that there wouldn't even be a question. These parents wouldn't be here supporting Mr. Gotts. Everybody would just be putting their kids in public schools, and parents, teachers would be happy, and so on. But it's not happening here. And it's because you guys are ignoring the reality. So I understand your point about Mr. Gotts. It's no longer a defense about ACA. The case is the case. I don't know what he's going to continue doing. But the fact is, I would love for us to be held to the same standards that everyone else is.
And I'll stake my reputation on the fact.
I think that's a
All
bad
right,
choice.
Mr. Krumbacher, Mr. Krumbacher, you're out of order. This is not a votable item. This is an informational item, and this is actually telling us what the Administrative Law Judge had made. So these
about to
arguments
respond
are
to
made
this.
for the proper, this is not the proper venue for that. No, I'm going to cut this off, Mr. Krumbacher. This has gone too far. We're not voting. If we were voting, I would allow this discussion to go further because we can sway somebody back and forth. This is just an informational item. That Administrative Law Judge had heard the evidence, it went back and forth, and so those arguments should have been made there. But that's enough of that.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one comment.
No, you're not recognized, sir. This is not
Okay.
on the agenda. And
All
this
right.
is not the proper venue. This is,
Okay.
you had your chance to speak before a judge, which I heard it and then made the order. So there's nothing else to discuss at this point. The next item for unfinished business, Mr. Arguello, do you have anything?
Nope.
Mr. Bass, do you have anything? New business. I wasn't here to write down. Is there any new business? We have our board member comments. I guess everyone had the board member comments. Do we have an executive session tonight?
No.
I guess it was canceled.
I have board member comments.
No, that's what I was asking for. Since there is no executive session, Mr. Arguello does have a board member comment you recognize.
Yeah, so I want to address, one of the speakers earlier mentioned the Osceola News Gazette and the letter by the superintendent, so I want to address this. Number one, I sent an email, I sent response. I think it was extremely irresponsible to send the response without having the school district, the school board look at it. I understand that your role as the superintendent, and you may say that you are protecting the teachers, but I don't think that that's protecting the teachers, is to send some kind of unhinged response without the involvement of the school board. The ad was addressing the school board. It was not addressing the superintendent, okay? And so I think that was an overstep. If they're addressing the school board, of which you are not a member of, then it should be the school board's responsibility to respond in kind together and make a statement. It's not the responsibility for you to decide personally that you are offended and therefore you will respond on behalf without the approval of the board. So here's the thing. Do I agree with what the ad said? In part, no. In part, yes. The fact is, parents have concerns. The concerns are not being addressed. And that's exactly why ads like that pop up. They pop up because we're ignoring the concerns of the community. And the only time the district acts is when it's forced to. So we share responsibility in that ad. And without having a conversation about it, I think it was improper for you to send a response. The book committee. The book committee is a perfect example. Okay, in one slide, on slide 1, it says digital responsibility. Then on slide 10, it has obscene materials being protected by this committee, this books committee, where we're allowing these things into campus. Okay, I've read one of the books. I would never allow my child to read those books. okay? I wouldn't ban anyone's right to publish it. I wouldn't ban anyone's right to write it. I wouldn't ban anyone's right to write it or to sell it or whatever. But certainly I would not allow my daughter to speak. If you guys are okay with your kids reading the materials that you're, and I'm talking about specifically the last one is the one that I read, okay, from cover to cover. It is horrendous, okay? It is a nightmare. So you're asking these kids to have to show digital responsibility, which is not your concern, and you're going to teach them, you're going to provide them with obscene materials, okay, and then act like a show like you've already addressed the issue. Well, you haven't. That's exactly why the people are going to continue coming, and it's become a bigger and bigger and bigger problem, and why this district has lost confidence from the community, because you guys simply can't do what is right. And it's not about small minorities of people and whatever. This is about the community is going to be coming out, and they're going to be talking about this stuff, and this is going to become a bigger and bigger issue. And now that this law is coming in, I think that we're going to start seeing some different issues. We're going to start seeing some different parties be involved. We're going to start seeing parents rising up, and people are going to be held accountable. And not just in elections, but certainly the culture of this community. The Hispanic community is permanently asleep. When the Hispanic community finds out that you're trying to show them their kids this trash, who they have so much respect for teachers and educators, they're going to come after this board. They're going to come after this board with a vengeance, because this is absolutely positively just, this is a crime upon children, like Vanessa was saying, like Mrs. Bryant was saying. You guys are committing a crime on these kids with some of these books. This, if you want to read it to your child as a bedtime story, that's your business. But this is not a taxpayer-funded situation, and it's absolutely horrendous. It's terrible behavior, and if we were a charter school, we should be closed down over something like this.
All right, Dr. Pace, I just want to let you know that rest of the board, I appreciate you writing the letter supporting our teachers. This came from an ad that had no political affiliation disclosure statements, and it was a legal ad, basically, essentially. People had to do research to find out who actually paid for it. They didn't follow the proper protocol. And so, I appreciate you standing up for them. And does the board need to do its own statement? We can do that separately. But as a superintendent, I feel like you have the right to defend our teachers from attack. So with that, means adjourned.